Oh no, ad incoming. Everyone watch out. Welcome back. Did everyone survive the ads?
Stream widget broken. Yippee! Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. No, I thought Shire was why we didn't have ducks. That should be a level. Cool. Winter? That's crazy. Ah, so it is. They need to bring back the seasons mechanic. That was fun. Yeah, day-night cycle is still a thing. Yeah, it's done on system time. It has been for a while. Since the first DS games in Gen 4, I got a wild encounter on my way to the Audino. I'm gonna cry. Smart. Why do I not have sound?
This is why I should be checking audio, because for some reason my desktop was like, you want your webcam as your microphone, don't you? I'm like, no. Not at all.
It was very, very confuddling.
It was. I was confuddled.
Actually gonna have the music muted on stream since there's game audio. But I'm going to be listening to the music, so... I'm gonna leave the widget up, so...
So people can tell what you're listening to.
Even though the widget appears to be, like, killing itself every 30 seconds.
Oh, rest in peace, widget.
I don't know what's going on there, but...
The aim this stream is to get... Well, for me, the aim this stream is to get all of my Pokemon up to level 55.
Yeah, that's where I'm going for, too.
A lot of my Pokemon are level 50. Entei and Axew here are not. That's why they're the ones front filled and EXP shared. Actually doesn't.
The Boldor named Axew is very amusing.
Yeah, Entei has the lucky egg. Yeah, that's just what Axew looks like. I don't understand. I don't know what you have in your party. Some horrid weird creature. I can't say that. I love the Axew line.
I had a... Yeah, Jigglypuff. At some point, we're gonna have to evolve that Boldor of yours.
Oh god, but then I have to figure out how to do all of that. It's the whole thing. Honey, it's the whole thing.
It is a whole thing, but thankfully I know how to do the whole thing. Because I did it with mine. You just need PK Hex. Where are my Reaples?
You use them all up, do you need to go buy more?
No, I found the Reaple. I was just blind.
Understandable, I also blind. Everyone who has glasses is legally slightly blind.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have glasses. Everyone else in my family has glasses.
Same! Although I wear glasses for the fashion.
That's fair. I technically have reading glasses, but I don't actually think I need reading glasses. I think I just need to not be under fluoro light as much.
Oh yeah, because last time I got my eyes tested, I got them tested because I was having trouble reading things on like very white paper.
Yeah.
On like bright white. And so I was like, I wonder if there's like a problem with my vision. So I go to get my eyes tested and they're like, no, you have like perfect vision. And I'm just like, okay. So I guess someone's fucking playing a prank on me then.
Yeah, it's like I went in for an eye test in like high school because I was getting migraines in school.
Oh yeah.
And I think they just gave me reading glasses because it was really the only thing they could give.
That's not an audino.
Christ, I don't need another throw. You already did scary damage to Ante last time.
Huh?
Anyway, the reason I stopped getting migraines is because I started drinking water and stopped spending like 8 hours a day under fluoro lights. So
local migraine sufferer is hydrated, no longer gets headaches. This just in, hydration is important. Yeah, the latest complete nothing burger drama going on in the gacha community. Star Rail has added Fushuan, Blade, and Sealer to the 50-50 pool.
ooh, yeah, and you can change who you can get. I really like that.
And a bunch of people are demanding refunds for the pools they spent to get them when they were on limited banner.
No!
Which,
Like, it makes no sense because A, you've got to have those characters early if you want to treat it like an early access if you really must. But 2, just no, they're wrong. They're idiots. I don't have any more arguments. They're just idiots. Annie, okay?
I think my internet just had a little stutter.
Oh no. I was calling them idiots.
Yeah, my internet had a stutter because now it says OBS can't find my stream key. Because my whole computer froze for a second.
Not good. In Infinity Nikki drama, while you're fixing that up, people are upset that the gacha game isn't free-to-play friendly. That they can't pull on every banner and expect to get every outfit.
Crazy. Yeah, I might have, because my internet dropped, I might need to relaunch the PokeLink session.
Probably.
Okay, it's... why are you doing these things to me? Okay, it's up.
And as someone who has once again skipped the 5-star Mickey banner to pull the 4 stars, skill issue, to be honest. It's a gacha game. You've always got to choose which things you want to gacha on.
Yeah. Okay, your team is there. Mine is not. 100% of the time. 50% of the time, it works every time.
Especially since they do give you a lot of, like, gems and stuff. It's not like they're stingy on it. Why is your team not here?
Because the sources are being annoying. We get it all working, and then my internet decides it's gonna throw a literal 5-second hissy fit.
Yeah. He didn't like you talking about Star Rail.
The funny thing is, like, my internet never actually disconnected. It just, like, dipped for, like, literally a second, and apparently that was enough to brick everything.
Yeah. Keep killing audinos in your memory, honey.
No, the badge source is there. It's just my team now that's... not... Yeah, I can stream again. So now it's literally just my team.
Do you need to rerun the lure scripting, maybe?
Oh, maybe. That's actually a good shout. Rerun the lure script. And then relaunch OBS. Now the badger's source is gone. What? Truly the app of all time.
Making Link the big reason why we didn't stream last week, because we were both exhausted, and then it was causing troubles, and I'm just like, I do not have the energy to give a damn about the troubles PokeLink is causing.
Okay, so I can fix the badge source by just clicking on it.
Yeah.
Hang on, I have an idea.
An idea?
Actually.
In this day and age?
I'm gonna kill this audino.
Okay.
And then redo that.
I can't afford to have ideas at this time. Just before we started, I saw a TikTok that's like, I think I'm too poor for the recession to worry me, because like a bunch of people I know are like worrying about the stocks and worrying about buying a house, and I'm sitting here like, these were never concerns I had in the first place.
Yeah.
And that's so true.
Relatable.
That's so real.
Alright, I'm going to now launch OBS again. Just hope like hell it decides to be nice to me. Oh, team's back!
Yay!
And then I just do that to get badges back. Okay. What? Oh.
I accidentally, yeah, okay.
Is something panic? Panic?
Oh, no panic.
Actually, I want some Stars Aligning. It's a good song.
Doing things for
Oh no, what's it doing?
things.
I don't like the sound of things.
Doesn't want to give me your party anymore. So
Huh? We...
My one's still working, but it just hasn't given me your party anymore. That's fun.
That's very... and that's strange, because I have my party. You know what? I'll take it.
Yeah.
At this point.
Okay. It's just a chill grinding stream, so as long as we keep grinding, we won't need to see each other's parties.
Mm-hmm. This... I hope that the stable release of the next version...
Is stable?
Oh, yes! But, like... decides to be less of an asshole to us
Yeah.
when we come back to play Pokemon Privilege 2.
Right. In now. Oh. Oh!
Oh no! Did Strawberry decide to not be in mouth?
No strawberry mouth. I thought, your party was coming back. Not quite.
Not quite?
Well, unless your party has become,
It's almost there. It's got the spirit.
I've completely blanked on every Pokemon name ever. It's trying. I'm good on it for trying, I guess.
I don't need Swords Dance when I have Dargon Dance. Wait, do I want this? Do I want this right now?
Yes. I don't know what it is, but yes.
My Fracture is evolving.
Ah.
And I need to check its learn set very quickly. When's Outrage at 60? Paxos gets it at 66. I mean, we're not gonna be at those levels anyway, so that's a lot of grinding. Yeah, I can let him evolve.
Just the internet, people. Somehow I accidentally deafened myself. Very skilled.
Little X Skizzle for some huge coverage.
Huge! But you've hacked the system. Somehow you have a fracture and a hex.
Oh my god, this thing can just learn everything! It can learn Pizzin Jab?
Pizzin Jab.
But unfortunately, I don't have a free move slot to teach it Pizzin Jab. I am being 4 move slot syndromed.
Oh.
I can teach Terrakion Pizzin Jab, I guess.
Sometimes I think we just need a 5th move slot.
Genuinely, if there were 5th move slots, so many more Pokemon would be obscenely broken. Like, there's a reason 4 move slot syndrome is a term. Because there's so many Pokemon that are really good, but when you're using them, you have to give up something.
Yeah.
You have to give up some kind of coverage.
Also not an audino. I don't understand what these non-audino creatures are doing here.
And the Audino Zone?
The Audino Zone. Entei's grew to level 50.
But yeah,
Doing it, gamers.
what I was talking about before my computer decided to have a little moment.
Ah, the star rail.
The best response to that whole bitching I saw was someone saying, this is like buying a Steam game for full price and then being mad when it goes 80% off 2 years later.
It's true.
It's not like any of those characters are meta relevant in Star Rail at the moment.
No, and it's like you got to play them way earlier than if you were sitting there waiting for them.
It was really interesting losing a 50-50 to Fushuan though.
And like we know there's a chance for any of these characters to go on standard at any point. Like,
yeah.
Does it happen often? No. Can it happen? Yes. I really like how you can change which ones you can like lose 50-50 stuff to. I think that's really cool.
I told, I think Welt, Japard, and Bailu to go away from my 50-50 pool.
I told Welt, Yangshin, and I don't remember who the third was.
I would have told Yanqing to go away, but I have him at E4.
Ah.
And once you start pulling characters above E6, now you get little tokens.
Ah.
Because there's that new shop section where you can get 5-star characters.
Yeah. I did briefly see that. I didn't know who I wanted to buy there. I got overwhelmed and left.
Every time you get a copy of a character 5-star that you have at E6, you get a silver token. And X amount of I don't know the exact conversion rate off the top of my head, but it's X amount of silver tokens you can convert to one of the exchange tokens for a 5-star.
Yeah.
So that's why I kept Yanqing in my 50-50 pool.
That makes sense.
Because him and Bronya I both have at E4.
But then you might pull more of him, and you don't want him.
Well, I don't want him, but since I almost have him at E6, I might as well use that to potentially be able to buy other characters from the shop. But yeah, I've got 2 of the 5-star exchange tokens at the moment. Because I got 1 from them giving you the 1 for free.
Yeah.
And then I got 1 from the top-up event.
Yeah. I think I have 1 at the moment, but mostly because I couldn't play.
Yeah, yep.
I couldn't move.
That's such a fascinating bug. But yeah, there's also the new light cone shop as well.
I hit with choice paralysis when I was looking there. I'm like, there's too many things I don't know. Firefly wasn't there, so.
If you don't have Ran Mei, then you should get her for Firefly.
No, but I can't replace anyone on the Firefly team.
She is Firefly's best support, though. And then Firefly's other best support is on banner right now.
Let me give a damn about that.
Don't give a damn about best support.
Nah.
We build the team for Yuri.
Exactly. I already feel so bad that I had to take Candace off the Team Liaison. But like, it just wasn't work. That's the thing, it's like, I don't necessarily care about best support, but I would like the team to actually work. And Candace just was not working on that team.
Thank you for taking care of our streamer.
Thank you for the hydrate, friend.
Like, I want to, I need to build Candace for my stupid meme Hydro Hu Tao team. So I don't have a Hydro DPS, I'm gonna turn Hu Tao into one.
I am. That's okay. So, you've been told to hydrate too. Hope you get some sleep soon, fam.
Shared chat must have died.
Yeah, cause the internet died and I haven't got it going.
Yeah, I will go get a drink now since I just won a battle.
Sleep is important. You gotta sleep. Work to do, that's fair. Okay. No, that's understandable. In this economy, yeah. Run to summon Audino. Summon Audino. And we'll get back. Kind of funny to me that it has a full battery symbol. Because we use so much battery here on my desktop. I like it when it's right next to it. Oh, it is so sacrilege to have. No. Kelly. Oh, I thought we were gonna get 51 then. Super rude. Am I gonna be? Oh, unlike if you get your butt on wheel. Who has no? I had, yeah. I don't know. Australia's been going through some shit, economy-wise. And for any Australian viewers, if you want to keep it from going through more shit, do not vote the guy who actively worships Trump. We have, elections happening around at the moment. 51! I think we're at a tipping point in in a lot of global politics, where the world's kind of just hanging on the balance until we figure out which way it's tipping. But it sucks to live in interesting times. The interesting times are supposed to be space travel. The interesting times are supposed to be space travel. Australia elections going on at the moment. I think so. Here in Western Australia, we had elections not that long ago, like a month ago. I think some of the eastern states are having them happen the next month. I don't really know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Our local ones happened. Our local ones were a year or two. Yeah, no, it would have been a year ago. Western Australia's local election was a year ago. The past one before then happened. Yeah, we're getting federals this year. What the fuck? Do you have friends in Queensland? Because that might be why. Fellow Aussie street. That's probably it too. There's a lot of Aussie streeters in the Queensland area. We've just had this, like I said, we voted in West Australia like a month or so. And it's interesting because I found out that it's actually really difficult to take someone off the voting ballot. For those who don't know, my grandfather has Alzheimer's. And as a condition that gets progressively worse and worse. And so we realized a bit before this election that he's actually not cognitively capable of understanding what's going on with voting. But to get him off the electoral roll, you have to A, apply well before in advance, and B, have doctors say it. Apparently my internet dialogue is somehow strongly attracted to Queensland. Apparently Brisbane. Brisbane isn't in Queensland. Is it? I don't fucking know. The eastern states confuse me. But Queensland is stupid. Yes, I'm stupid. Yeah, that's okay. Brisbane is further down south, I think. I don't fucking know. No one cares about the eastern states except the eastern states, which is unfortunately most of the eastern states. Brisbane is Queensland? No, I got no clue. Yeah, no, Victoria's in South Wales. I think. Fuck if I know. Listen, man. Australians hate it when I say it, but the eastern states don't matter as much. Or Brisbane South? I think the reason I get confused is because Brisbane as a city is further south than I expect it to be as the capital of Queensland. And so that gets stuck in my head. Melbourne. Yeah, Brisbane is... Just keep fingers on the camera. That's fair too. You know, Victoria's New South Wales. Melbourne is... whatever territories between Queensland and New South Wales. Fucking know the Australian states. Why am I gonna do the American states in a couple of weeks? I was having trouble setting up the local Australian idiot tries and American state streams because what I wanted to do was one that was to have one that lets me pick the country and then type what the name I think is. But that's... I wasn't able to find a website that does that because it's all... like, it'll pick a random state and then you have to name it, or you just list states you know. I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to do it either of those ways because, like, I can list a bunch of states. Do I know where they are? No. Wait, Australian big cities. I don't believe so. Do you guess you're talking? Not GeoGuessr, like, one of the challenges for, one of the things we reached for the Subathon was, that I tried to guess the American state. I wouldn't want to do GeoGuess, that sounds even worse. But yeah, it's like you try to guess the American state, and yeah, it's like what I wanted to do was pick the state I wanted to guess, and then guess it. And it can tell me if I'm right or wrong. But websites don't do that. Probably because the websites are actually targeted to Americans, and Americans don't actually need to do that. Not even most Americans know their states. That's why it's a fun challenge, local Australian idiot. I don't know when that stream's gonna happen. I was supposed to get a bunch of them out over last week and this week, but it did not happen. And as we just revealed, I don't remember the Australian states and territories, so... I remember most of them, I just don't remember what's in between Victoria and Queensland. No, New South Wales and Queensland. There's one of them there. Flap. If they just made it easier, they could have just been East Australia. That's all I'm saying.
I'm back.
We could have had West Australia, North Australia, South Australia, East Australia. Welcome back.
It didn't take me that long to go get a drink. While I was out there, I remembered I needed to marinate the chicken for dinner. Because it was the thing I didn't do after making the burritos because I needed to lie down.
You just lay down, yeah. West Australia. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like West Australia, North Australia, and South Australia, all what's called the Northern Territory. They should change their name too. But they all exist. And then East Australia was like, yeah, we're gonna make a bunch of different places. And I'm like, no, you could just be one place.
New South Wales.
We can all just be East Australia. Technically, if we're being honest, West Australia should probably break up into a few different places.
No, but see, the reason it doesn't is because most of those places would have a population of about 6.
It should break up into Northwestern Australia and Southwestern Australia. Because, like, those two places are very distinct from, like, Central Business District Perth area.
Yes, I'm making butter chimkin for dinner.
Butter chimkin!
It looked like your little Nuggy reactive did a wee dance after I said butter chicken.
I did a dance when you said butter chicken.
So I have that marinated, so in an amount of time, in a few hours, couple of hours, I will probably have to go make the sauce.
Yeah.
And to put into the slow cooker. And then I will, like, put the rice on, and then people can just dish themselves up when they want it.
Yeah. I mean, you don't think that. Yeah, that's me. Well, it's like the same reason East of Australia is divided. West, either they should be combined and be like West Australia, or Western Australia should be divided like that too. Because Western Australia is too big, and if Eastern States get specialty being separate Eastern States, we should get it too.
Again, nobody lives in most of Western Australia.
Lots of people live in most of Western Australia, and the fact is that the people in the north of Western Australia do not care about the policies that happen in Central Business District because it doesn't affect them.
Well, maybe they should just move. If you don't like it, leave.
We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to. I'm to be fair, I'm also a firm believer of independent Western Australia. We have the economy to do it.
You aren't allowed to leave. Penal colony and all that.
It's like, for every $2 we send the federal, we get $1 back. Imagine if we were separate.
Well, it's like California with America.
Yeah. But again, we're not allowed to leave because
if California were to secede, it would immediately be like the 5th largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
Although, who knows how much longer that's going to be the case with how the American stock market is going.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, we elected a complete psychopath. Oops, we ruined our lives again.
A big part of Siberia, 500,000 kilometers bigger than Australia, also is the same region, but world population is like around 1. Yeah. I don't remember what the Western Australia population is, but it is still pretty, decent. Give me your egg.
Egg.
Give the egg to Wish Cash. Yeah. That's the thing, it's like Western Australia would be perfectly fine if it's separated. We have a lot of the trading partners, we mine fucking iron and shit.
Yeah,
we have
the mines.
We have a really big dairy industry. Like, economy-wise, we'd be fine. The problem would be politically dividing Australia like that. it would be political suicide. In a world that's trying to become one thing and to be the ones to be like, yeah, actually we're dividing, we're becoming our own thing. No one would take us seriously, despite the economics we have. Despite the fact that, like, I don't believe. They
well, Australia and New Zealand were never a single entity.
Yeah. Australia and New Zealand have always been separate.
New Zealand was intentionally colonized, Australia was a penal colony. Or to put it another way, the British pretended to care about the indigenous peoples of New Zealand.
Oh my god,
they didn't put on any airs with the Aboriginals.
No. I've just been doing so much research into the Terra Nullius laws. And Jesus Christ. The audacity to go to a land, see natives, interact with them, try, like, somewhat, like, and then go, no one lives here, actually. It's like, the reason that became a policy was because, someone tried to make a treaty deal with, the natives over in Victoria. And they were literally like, yeah, but we've just put it in our policy literally today that you don't have to do that, so fuck them and your treaty is void.
No, see, I never said they cared. I said they pretended to care. Because, and as a significant part of New Zealand's government policy making still to this day, the interpretations of the Treaty of Waitangi. Because there are two documents for the treaty. There was an English language version and a Māori version. Those two documents did not say the same thing.
Uh-oh.
To what degree that's intentional is debatable. Because early days of English to Māori translation. So there is a reasonable case to be made that it wasn't intentional, that they said different things.
But also...
But the Māori version of the treaty doesn't cede sovereignty to the crown. The English version of the treaty very much does.
Yeah. History is fun.
So it's a whole important part of policy making in New Zealand. The interpretations of the treaty. Everyone has their own opinion of it. Some idiots think the way that the treaty tends to get interpreted discriminates against white people. I say some idiots. Some idiots includes the Deputy Prime Minister of the country.
Yeah.
Because, you know, quite frankly, who even fucking knows anymore? But yeah. Treaty interpretation's a big deal.
Yeah.
As far as the Māori are concerned, they never ceded sovereignty. And they are still receiving reparations tied to the treaty to this day. Reparations that themselves are quite controversial.
Yeah.
because a lot of people would say that, well, you've been paid reparations, so get over it.
Like, I've been doing, the course I'm doing at uni at the moment is an Aboriginal culture course.
It's interesting.
It's really interesting. I've learned a lot. Unfortunately, the past few weeks have been about, like, colonial...
Oh no, Adam coming. Everyone watch out.
colonial, British. And the horrors.
The horrors, TM.
But, like, it makes there's a, one of the big arguments that come up literally every political site was like, it's the past, it's ancient history, it's our ancestors, we're not responsible for it. And like, doing this course has made me super aware that it isn't our ancestors, it is our parents and our grandparents.
The White Australia policy is not ancient history.
Like, it literally isn't, like, you know and love people alive who would have been part of stuff, part of the policies that happened. Like,
it's like the first black student to attend a mixed high school is in like her 60s in America.
Yeah.
Because it turns out it wasn't that fucking long ago. Like, segregation in the US was like, what, 60 years ago?
I don't know US history.
But yeah, the Treaty of Waitangi, here we go.
You're in the bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because of sanctions you can keep going.
Article 1 of the Māori text of the treaty grants governance rights to the Crown, while the English language version cedes all rights and powers of sovereignty.
That's insane.
Article 2 of the Māori text establishes Māori will retain full chieftainship over their lands, villages, and all their treasures, while the English text establishes the continued ownership of the Māori over their lands and establishes their exclusive right of preemption of the Crown. And then Article 3 in both basically gave the Māori full rights as British subjects.
Yeah.
And then, in 1846, we were declared a self-governing colony.
Australia isn't independent. Australia's still part of, still a colony.
Yeah, we're also still part
Oh
of
yeah,
the,
but you're self-governing. That's
Commonwealth.
that's what you just said.
Yeah.
I understand words. We are also self-governing.
Yeah, we're
But also-
Welcome back. Did everyone survive the
yeah,
ads?
so we became a crown colony in 1841. Then we became a dominion in 1907.
Indian.
And in 1947, after the war, we became a quote unquote fully statutory independent nation.
Yeah.
We were given a seat in the League of Nations in 1919. But yeah, we were a self-governing colony from, like, 10 years after the colony was first established. But yeah, so there is a, continued debate over whether we should withdraw from the Commonwealth and become a republic. But yeah, we're an independent nation, but we are still a member of the Commonwealth of Nations under the crown of the United Kingdom. Same as, I think Australia is pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Commonwealth of... Australia was... The Australian colonies didn't federate until 1901.
Mm-hmm. I don't actually know much about Australia's history. They don't teach it.
From 1901, Australia was a self-governing dominion. 1942 was when Australia became fully self-governing.
That makes sense. My friend told me not long ago that you can get New Zealand citizenship if you serve in their military for like 2 years. Kind of thing.
I don't know our military rules and regulations.
Yeah.
Admittedly. Yeah, I don't know the processes of obtaining citizenship. I was born here. So I am a citizen by default.
I can't imagine it being easy to get citizenship in New Zealand. Kind of the same way it is with Australia, where it's actually not that easy to get permanent citizenship.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure our citizenship procedures, and I don't know enough people who have been through it to have even tangential knowledge of it.
I know it is really, really hard to get citizenship in Australia because we spend so much time turning people away from borders.
Well, see, it's just incredibly fascinating to me that the penal colony turned around and made its own penal colony. Like, that's my favorite bit of Australia lore.
Yeah.
Like, you have penal colonies.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, how the tables have tabled.
We gotta get rid of all the criminals who were criminaling in our criminal colony.
The funniest thing is the amount of quote-unquote criminals you'll deport to New Zealand. A bunch of whom moved to Australia with their families when they were like 18 months old.
Yeah.
And so therefore have no life in New Zealand.
Yeah. Dinos, where are you?
Functionally Australian. But yeah, like, there is a global anti-immigration trend happening at the moment.
Oh, that's true too.
Isolationism is becoming much more of a thing, especially in certain large democracies, which I will not United States, I mean name. The case of the United States is so fascinating to me, though. I
feel like I would enjoy reading and learning about it if it was past history and not currently happening to us.
The United States, as a nation, endlessly fascinates me. Because it's not a real country. It's 50 smaller countries pretending to be a country.
In 2032, get that freaking Olympic Games.
I'm gonna steal the Olympic flame.
Oh my god.
Heist time.
Heist. I think I've run out of repels.
I know. Time for a shop trip.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the coven.
Yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate. I cannot believe flames as sea breeze.
I think... Also, what's... Yeah, I know, a bad idea. What's really funny, though, is how much Elon Musk contributed to the rise of this isolationist wave in the US government. And now that Trump has gotten into office and is tariffing literally everything that breathes, including the penguins.
Not the penguins.
Did you hear about that, by the way?
No, I am trying not to listen to US news as much.
So, he's tariffing, like, the entire universe.
Yeah, I am aware of this.
This we know. He put tariffs on an Australian overseas territory that is uninhabited aside from penguins.
I can't believe he would tariff the penguins.
I know! He's tariffed the penguins!
They just want fish.
But yeah, so, the tariffs, which everyone who knows anything about economics says are a bad idea.
Yeah. Can that territory be used for trade?
Well, the point is, it's an uninhabited island that doesn't import or export anything, so the tariffs are completely meaningless.
It's like, if there's nothing there, then really what are they going to be trading there? Penguins?
Yeah, and like, it's not like it's a, independently governed territory, it's just an Australian overseas territory.
Yeah.
So, like, any importing and exporting would
have to come through Australia first, anyway.
Yeah. Oh no, don't let Pauline Hanson handle the exports. Anyway.
I'd like McGonagall have sleep without touching the sea. Again, it would have to come through Australia first. Like, because it's a territory that doesn't have its own governance and stuff, it would have to come through the Australian governance and therefore fall under the Australian tariffs.
Yeah, so anyway, yes. My point about Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Anyway. He has apparently been begging for them not to do the tariffs because it's gonna fuck over all of his shit.
Oh yeah, well it's like, he's, at the end of the day, a lot of his money comes from manufacturing.
And it's like, what did you think was going to happen? You rigged the election, helped to rig the election to get an isolationist elected. And now you're surprised he's doing isolationism?
The thing that blows my mind, is, especially with this election, is that Trump had clearly outlined exactly what he's gonna do. And then he did it.
And people were surprised.
Like,
that's the bit that gets me. Like, they told you in plain language, these are the things we are going to do. And then people kept saying, they're not going to do that.
Like,
and they did it.
One good thing to say about Trump.
Eating people's faces party.
If there's one good thing to say about Trump and the politics, especially in this year, at the very least, he did what he said he was going to do. We didn't want him to do any of the things he said he was going to do, but he said he was going to do them, and he did them. You can't. Most politicians don't.
It's just really amusing to me watching his base bend over backwards to justify everything he's doing.
Man of what? Yeah, exactly.
And like, the historical precedent. We can talk about how the Republican US government put on a bunch of tariffs leading into the Great Depression and proceeded to lose the House and Senate for the next 60 years.
We're going to talk about how an isolationist government led to some of the every world war.
All I'm going to say is that history is a cycle.
Yeah.
Everything is fucking cyclical.
Yeah. That's how I know, despite how horrible everything is at the moment, we'll come out of it.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to suck, and it sucks to be living it.
I wish to live in less interesting times.
The interesting times are supposed to be space travel, interesting times are supposed to be space travel. But we will come out of it, and it's gonna suck for a long time. But
yeah, it'll suck for a bit.
Eventually, this will just be a point in the history books where people are like, how could people have been this stupid, as they're reinventing the cycle again?
Uh-huh. Well, the other hilarious one is, the US, after criticizing Europe for relying on the US for its weapons, and not having its own weapon, military-industrial complex, is now pissed off at Europe for establishing its own military-industrial complex. You can't have it both ways, America.
Oh no, the consequences to my actions.
You can't be isolationist and then complain when the former trading partners who you are actively alienating decide they don't want to work with you anymore.
Yeah. I think one of the big problems America's running into and going to keep running into is that they've kind of overestimated their importance in the economic system.
Mm-hmm. I have been saying for a long time that American exceptionalism is fake.
It's like it,
and they are delusional for thinking that they are in some way special.
and I think it's a lot clearer when you realize just how young America is. Because like every country,
young nation.
Yeah, every country it trades with has had lots and lots of economic history backing them up. And will continue to be just fine, even if America completely shut down.
Yeah, like what? Like 1776?
Yeah, it's just a baby.
Was the Declaration?
It's just a baby little country. And your words would fall on our soul with Russian wars.
Yeah, so 1776, so that's like literally like not even 250 years old yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 76 because that's why Fallout 76 was named that. Was called that.
Ah, I didn't realize. I just thought they liked the number.
Well, because the conceit of the vault of Vault 76 was that it was like made to commemorate the tricentennial of America.
Ah.
Yeah, so next year is the 250th anniversary of the United States.
That's crazy. I say living in Australia, as if Australia ain't being young too.
Well, Australia and New Zealand are both younger.
Yeah, exactly.
Although, in saying that, again, we have the indigenous history, but so does America.
Yeah, so does America.
But yeah, like, the United States, I just think it has always grossly overestimated its own standing in terms of, like, how special it is. Like, it's just a country. Like every other country, all great countries will rise and fall.
Yeah.
It's like one of my favorite bits from History of the Entire World, I guess, is the China is whole again.
Yeah.
Then it broke again. Like,
that's the other thing. It's like, because America's so young, it hasn't had its rise and break as much as a lot of the other, literally all the other powerhouses have.
Like, people are talking right now, like, this being the end of the American century.
Yeah. It will rise again. They always do. China's kicking still.
Yeah, well, and China is about to take a big step up in its global position. Like
Japan's doing pretty well despite all of it breaking apart.
China, Korea, and Japan are working together now because of America.
That's crazy. That's crazy, actually.
Do you know how
that's insane
it is to get those three countries to agree on something?
Those countries don't agree on anything.
Well, China and Korea can both agree on fuck Japan. Because those are still pretty fresh wounds.
Yeah.
Japanese imperialism was less than 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm. I hope Ireland gets back together. Speaking of countries falling apart and rising back up again.
The Irish reunification.
There was some really big talk about Irish reunification during Brexit, and I was so sad it didn't happen.
Irish reunification is such a fascinating talking point. because it is one of those issues that is so strongly a religious divide.
Yeah.
The Catholics want to reunify Ireland and the Protestants don't, or the other way around, I don't remember. But yeah, it's very interesting because equally, talk to anyone from the Republic and most people from the Republic of Ireland want Irish reunification.
Yeah.
And then in Ulster, it's like pretty 50-50.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like, the only way for Ireland to really reunite is if Northern Ireland breaks free from the UK.
Yeah.
Because the rest of Ireland isn't gonna join the UK, that's dumb.
Yeah. The children also yearn for Scottish independence.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure the only one who actually wants to be in the UK is Wales. I'm pretty sure England wants to be independent too.
And then Wales is just there. But even then, like, that's only because the UK has basically destroyed Welsh culture.
That's true. We still have one main village. I hate to tell you this, but living in Australia, just having long names does not make a culture.
Shout out
to the many Australian places named after Aboriginal concepts to try to appease the Aboriginal people. It just does not work. That's not how culture works.
Shout out to the very long Māori names for a bunch of places in this country. Yeah, I was about to attempt to pronounce it, but I don't want to butcher the language.
It's like, one of the things we watched, as part of the course, is a satirical video, called, Barbiculan, which is a role reversal kind of satire video where it's, black people invading this, white area to show how dumb and stupid all these policies are when they're done in reverse. And it really highlights the fact that, like, so many of these places are literally just named whatever the native word for that land is. Because, like, it's like white people came here like, what do you call this land? And they're like, this land, I don't know, it has a fucking cool tree, I guess. And they're like, ah yes, cool tree land. Avon River. Poor Hill. No, neither of those are Australian. Those are both British. Actually, no, I think one's South American.
Oh, God.
But, yeah.
It's Pomata whakatangi hangakawa o tamatea turi puka kapiki maunga horonuki kopo kai whenua katitana tahu.
It's very long.
It is very long, and I definitely got that wrong.
Yeah.
Pomata
Got you.
There's a song. There's a song that pronounces it properly.
Ah.
Pomata whakatangi.
I definitely wouldn't be able to pronounce any of our Noongar ones because I have a very hard time getting, because I grew up speaking only English, I have a very hard time making my mouth do the movements that are needed for the Noongar language.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can do a decent amount of Māori, but not enough to carry a conversation.
Yeah, I don't even know that much Noongar, unfortunately.
Anyway, that name, it translates to the place where Tamatea, the man with the big knees who slid, climbed and swallowed mountains, known as Land Eater.
It's a good name. Why do we always talk about politics on our Pokemon streams?
I think it's just like, I think it's because our Pokemon streams, at least the grinding ones, it's mostly us just yapping at each other.
That's true. And we are both very interested in politics. Just something I like about you, that we can both talk about politics and not be at each other's throats the whole time because we're both interested in it at an academic level.
And how's we both like sociology.
We do both like sociology.
Sociology is a lot of fun.
Are you enjoying the memes I'm sending where they're talking about something and then some random philosopher comes in and they're like, philosopher?
Yes! That's great!
Those have been so fun. I was so happy when I landed on a second one because I was like, "Oh, this is a thing. This isn't just one guy's. This isn't just one guy's random thoughts."
For now.
I don't need to clean up the money.
Yeah.
Just dude, are you? I think I am. What is interesting about it? The car. it made a car.
I love. It's always the best when you see a ship of posts and you're like, "Yeah, that's a good post," and then you see it again, and you're like, "It's a meme."
You did think about sociology, method, and criminology. Ooh.
And then there's me just sending you cursed cutlery.
Yeah, you do keep doing that.
Our TikTok messages are so fascinating.
It's just cocktails, cursed cutlery, and random philosophers popping in on everyday conversation.
And then that one that I sent you about fuck France.
Oh yeah.
But I was so overjoyed when that came up on my feed. It's just like, ah yes, it found me.
I did enough units to do a minor in sociology, but you can't take minors in the psychology course I'm doing.
So sad.
Which is sad, so I don't get it qualified at all. But that means I have a decent amount of sociology under my belt still. I just can't put it on a resume.
It's like how my minor, when I finally go finish my degree, is going to be in philosophy, which is a fun minor,
Yeah. Honestly,
but also completely worthless for a high school teacher.
yeah.
They want you to have like a teaching subject or something,
Yeah.
which, you know, which I'm just gonna say, there's a shortage, you can deal with my philosophy minor.
I think everyone should do at least one unit of philosophy, and that's
I
up to you if you want to do more. I'm good at not doing more actual units of philosophy.
I highly recommend everyone take logic.
Yes, yeah. That's the only one I might have gone back to do.
I loved logic.
Yeah,
It was very useful for debating as well.
yeah.
Like, I think
Everyone should do an intro and everyone should do a logic philosophy course.
it's no coincidence that the year I took logic was also the year that I was named the most improved speaker in the University of Canterbury Debating Society.
Yeah.
Because it really improved my ability to actually form cohesive arguments.
Well, the thing about philosophy is it's the art of thinking, and it's the art of being able to critically analyze stuff. It's like such an important skill, and it just doesn't get taught unless you go out and teach it, not realizing that's what philosophy is.
Where's the... I hope I liked it, because there was this really funny post that came up on my feed earlier about philosophy. Yeah, no offense to Socrates and Plato and all of them, but I would have figured that stuff out too if I was like the 10th person to ever exist.
I think having done the philosophy course in my first year helped with the rest of all my uni stuff. My psychology professors would probably disagree because it means I'm questioning them on everything.
Phil is a very useful thing, because it's the art of arguing.
Yeah.
It's like, that was one of the big things I would always say to the fresher debaters, if that, like, they said, like, you know, do you have any advice on how to improve debating? I'm like, yeah, take a philosophy class.
Yeah.
And more importantly, when you're doing your philosophy essays, try to argue the opposite of what you actually believe.
Yeah.
It's a really good exercise to do, actually. And I got this from my first year tutor, actually. He told us the story. of how he was having a discussion about some philosophy topic. I can't remember exactly what it was. With one of his friends, and they had like opposite viewpoints, and the professor basically told them, "All right, I want you both to write essays, but for the other person's point."
Yeah.
And my tutor said that he thinks that was probably the best essay he's ever written.
Yeah.
Because you engage more with the material when you're trying to go against your own biases.
Yeah.
I suppose is the right word.
It also, like, you can't make an argument if you don't understand what's going on. And so by actually looking at what's going on the other side, you can better understand why you're standing on your point.
Yeah.
The curator courses a bit, and then again, being caught helps a lot. Yeah. Sometime I myself started to notice I started to restructure my speech to base it on arguments both mine and mine. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like if the only reason you hold your opinion is because it's the only opinion you know, that's not a strong opinion. If you're able to look at someone else's opinion and still hold your opinion because even though you understand what that opinion is, that makes your opinion stronger.
It's important to expose yourself to alternate opinions.
Yeah. And it's important to understand why those opinions exist.
It's important to also, when presented with new information, it's important to be able to change an opinion.
Yeah.
A big problem with a lot of online discourse.
Know yourself and your enemy, or you eat shit on Super. Yeah, probably. I haven't read Art of War, though I do wanna.
A big problem with a lot of online discourse is so many people in the online sphere refuse to accept the human capacity for change.
Oh, absolutely.
This is a big problem in leftist politics.
Yeah.
I have spoken a lot about leftist purity and how it is, in my opinion, the biggest reason that left-wing movements can't win elections.
Yeah. Because there's so much... It's like, if you're not squeaky clean at all times, you're a bad person. And, like, no!
Yeah.
People...
That's exactly it, right? People are going to have imperfect politics.
Yeah.
If you keep putting people into the arch group because they don't perfectly align with the morals of the in-group...
Or if they didn't perfectly align a year or so ago, but now they do. Like, that's the biggest thing for me. It's like that they don't let people change, and people are always changing.
Like, they don't.
And Among Us
allow for the capacity for people to change and grow. They're like, oh, you said this racist thing on your Twitter account when you were 17. This means you now at 25 are still a horrible person.
Yeah.
When that's not how that works.
Not how it works. We all said dumb stuff when we were 17. It's part of being 17.
Like, that's the big thing. Like, the reason that the left can never win is it sounds awful when I put it this way.
Yeah.
But the reason the left cannot win is because they hold their people to a significantly higher moral standard than the right does.
Yeah.
Right-wing movements will accept anybody. Because all they care about is the numbers in the game.
Yeah.
Because they understand that numbers in the game translates to materially enacting their ideas.
They also understand that they're not sending policies out to a completely morally clean community.
Yeah.
Like, they're making policies for the people, and people are messy and flawed.
And the thing that frustrates me the most is that, like, if you take away the left-right-wing framing of a lot of policies, a lot of traditionally left-wing policies, most people are for.
Yeah.
People like populism. People like big tent populism. But because they are... Again, this is the thing, the right wing is really good at selling... the right wing is really good at the marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, they're also very good at that, yeah.
Where they will convince you that something is bad for you, or bad for the country, bad for the economy, whatever, when it's something that most people would actually want if they saw it outside of a political framework.
Yeah. I can't believe I'm still dealing with shit with fucking Sturdy. Well, we were over that. That was the cave way back.
Yeah. You're going to continue to drive people away unless you are willing to allow for people to be messy and imperfect.
Yeah.
Like... Even, like, I like to think that I have decent politics. But I know that I still am going to fuck up. I'm going to have an opinion that is misinformed.
Yeah.
Or...
It's like, I already know the person I was when I was younger. Kind of shit. Was really uninformed about a lot of things and lived in their own bubble and wasn't openly homophobic and transphobic, but definitely was it behind closed doors. And if I was
school upbringing,
and if that was the person I had to be forever because no one let me grow and change, that would suck. But thankfully I had a lot of good people around me who helped me grow and change, and I can be the person I am now, who is very, very welcoming and accepting and fights for those things.
Yeah. I just think a lot of people just neglect the way that we affect social change.
It sucks. It makes me think of, like, Bo Burnham and, because he's got a song, I think it's called Problematic, where he literally talks about this. Like, he talks about how, when he was young and stupid, he did a bunch of stuff that was still wrong, but he didn't know it at the time. And, like, it's a satire song, so, satire comedy song, but, like, he still talks about how, like, he's had the capacity to change.
When did the Pokélink session die?
God if I know.
Apparently it just died in the background.
What a
Does
time
that.
to pop in, haha.
I
At 25 months, I think that's almost a year, right? Yay. Thank you for sharing the love. We'll
Okay,
use
we
the
good,
months
we
for
good.
good.
To be fair, Spring, it's a Pokemon grinding stream. For some reason, we always talk about politics on a Pokemon grinding stream.
We talk about a lot of things.
It's politics or gacha, there's nothing else. Or sometimes there's a bit about hating the French that can come that comes up.
It's true. I do hate
He's
the
a
French.
secret chat. I don't actually hate the French, I just think it's a funny meme.
No, same.
I don't actually have any strong opinions on the French. They seem fine, I guess. Thank you for the resub, Spring.
It's just funny to hate the French. I do have legitimate beef with Italy, though. Mostly because I just don't like people who are prescriptivist about food.
Only politics and TED Talks. It's so true. This is the podcast, actually.
Yeah, like, mostly it's just that I don't like people who are prescriptivist about food.
Yeah.
And Italians, especially, are incredibly prescriptivist about their food. And, like, in certain cases, like, when it's, like, a designated product origins thing, like, you know, like, Parmigiano Reggiano can only be made in this part of Italy, etc., etc. That's fine. That's a trademark issue.
Yeah.
But when it's like, you didn't make this pasta dish the exact way my grandmother made it, you're doing it wrong!
It's like, I remember in one of the Food Fairy episodes, as Matt was leaving, they were making, I think it was a calzone or something, but somebody had subbed the cheese out for something, or added cheese, or something to do with the cheese. And Steph, who grew up in a very Italian family, was like, this isn't a calzone, and like, that kind of difference seems insane to me. Because it's a small change to make something work for what they're trying to do. It's still functionally the exact same thing, it's just a different cheese. Just them playing games by discussing everything except for the game that I can talk about the Pokemon if you want. That's just not a which Cash fell in love with Audino. Fuck me.
With Cash, you can't do that. We're doing genocide.
Just don't touch Spanish, guys. Okay.
Hippity hoppity, these bits are now your property. Even though these are small, I do hope they make you smile. Vanishes to bless others.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for the bits.
I appreciate the bits a lot.
Kaylee.
Thank you. Kind of rhythm one, because I was in gymnasiums with like exchange with Spain. I don't have anything against Spanish people.
My
I don't have
only
anything against French people. I have issues against French, the idea.
my only Spain opinion is that if people of Catalonia want to be independent, they should be allowed to be independent.
I don't even know what Catalonia is, so I don't.
Like, it's the region of Spain where Barcelona is.
Ah.
And they have a very strong nationalism movement. Like, Catalan nationalism is a big deal.
Yeah.
But that's just like, because all people, including me, are inherently hypocritical. I believe in the right to self-determination, but I also reject the idea of nations.
Yeah. That does sound very like you.
I'm a border abolitionist. I think borders are arbitrary. I think nations are arbitrary.
I wouldn't go that far. I don't like the whole singularity thing that everyone's trying to go for.
This was like my thing with self-determination. I think the modern concept of the nation is arbitrary.
Yeah.
They're arbitrary because, like, look at the Baltics. Look at, like, Serbia and all of that nonsense. They are all ethnically pretty much the same. Now that's gonna open a can of worms, because, like, it's the ethnic Serbs, ethnic Albanians, blah blah blah. It's Eastern European white people. The Balkans, yeah. Eastern European white people.
You're
and
definitely opening up many cans of worms here.
my whole thing is like, I know what I'm starting. And the point is, a lot of these divisions are arbitrary and kind of based on nothing. Based on historical, like, grievances and stuff, sure. Oh yeah, no, I know that the Balkans are the competitive server for racism. Don't worry. But my point is, like, the way some of those states, the way that they have fractured is kind of arbitrary. But then that also comes to my thing of self-determination, right? Like, if Kosovo wants to be Kosovo, we should let Kosovo be Kosovo. I just think that I'm trying to figure out how to word this without sounding racist as hell.
Yeah. Oh, it's like I'm hearing the gears turning. I'm like, oh god.
This is kind of my whole thing is, if a Serb sees Albania, both Serbs and Albanians are going, yeah. So I think that's stupid, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think
it sounds like you want more freedom of movement between cultures.
Yeah, I want freedom of movement. I want culture. I want more cultural exchange.
Yeah.
I think cultural exchange is broadly a good thing, and I think hatred for a group of people based on arbitrary lines on a map is stupid and asinine.
Yeah. Except the French.
And, like, obviously there is historical context, and you can't ignore the historical context.
Yeah.
But at a base conceptual level, in an ideal world, which granted we don't live in,
Welcome, Invaders. I hope you enjoy your time here.
That these concepts don't necessarily need to exist the way that they are.
That's
Yeah, exactly. Cultural, political, and religious rivalries. Yeah, don't make it easy. Exactly, and that's the historical context that you can't ignore.
You've come into our political podcast. Welcome, Raiders. My name is KaylieWitch. I'm a Australian autistic VTuber. We're grinding a Pokemon Black and White, getting our Pokies ready for the Poke League, and talking about politics mostly, because it's a topic we both have fascination about academically. You've come in just as Jay was carefully treading on eggshells trying to explain their point.
Trying to explain my perspective on the Balkans. Which is basically self-determination good, hating people based on that self-determination bad.
Yeah.
And Eastern Europe had, and I don't think this is a controversial point. Eastern Europe has a major neo-Nazi problem.
What? Nazis in Europe? Can't be.
The former Soviet bloc is really fascinating. and that how the fuck did that whole thing work? How did the Soviet Union last as long as it did?
That's just
Considering what has happened to the former Soviet states since the collapse of the Union.
Yeah. An idiot. None of these guys have things that are going to affect each other.
Oh, another really interesting one is the whole naming rights issue around Macedonia. Because there's the country, of course, of North Macedonia.
Yeah.
But
naturally, I knew this.
But then Greece also claims that they have the rights to the name Macedonia. Because Macedon being a historical region of ancient Greece.
Yeah.
And so the country of Macedonia and the historical region of Macedon are not one-to-one.
Yeah.
Hence why Macedonia is now North Macedonia.
I think the territory of Macedonia should have been called Old Macedonia, so that way North Macedonia could be New Macedonia.
And I find stuff like this so fascinating because it's like, why is this such a big deal? Like, it's just a word, guys.
We come up with new words all the time.
Like, it's just a word. It's just arbitrary. Like, I think my thing with countries being just arbitrary lines on the map is because you can redraw borders on a whim.
Yeah.
Like, look at what happened to Germany after both World Wars, actually.
Yeah.
They're just redistribution of territory, because apparently that's a thing.
Do not say there are Yeah.
But yeah, like, cause that's the thing. Cause for some reason it's controversial to just point out the white nationalism problem in Eastern Europe. To be fair, it's a sweeping problem across like Europe in general at the moment. Let's not gloss over how the German far right is doing really well at the moment, which is interesting and concerning.
I unfortunately don't know a lot about the politics that are happening in a lot of the Europe nations outside of like the UK and stuff.
Yeah,
because they keep quiet about it. They don't post it on social media all the time.
Yeah, white nationalism probably isn't exactly the right term.
Oh, I haven't heard the term skinheads in ages.
No, neither. But yeah, like it's moved away from ethnic racism and more towards religious-based racism, like especially against Muslims.
Yeah, but it's always been religious-based racism.
Well, yeah, yeah, like the modern, I guess, modern wave of neo-Nazism is very much also Islamophobic.
But it's always been.
Yes.
You keep saying things like moved away and changed into it, and I'm like, but That's always been the basis of it.
Well, it's always been part of it, but like Islamophobia was not the main deal of first wave Nazism. That was anti-Semitism.
Yeah. It wasn't the advertising deal, I think, is the way I would say it. Because it was still part of the deal.
Ad incoming. Everyone watch
It
out.
just wasn't the poster boy of the whole thing.
But yeah, I'm gonna close this whole can of European worms.
Yeah, this is the big worm. I don't know why we opened it. It is, I think, despite how big a worm it is and how scary it is to open it, it is something important to be thinking about. Especially because, like I mentioned, it's like American news is all over social media. This news not necessarily isn't necessary all over the internet. I can speak. I'm good with words.
And again, like, these are just the baseless opinions from what little I have kind of absorbed through cultural osmosis. And I have not done super much reading into what has happened to the former Soviet states. But like, I see that's basically just like what I see people who are living in these states talking about, and
yeah. Like, you know what? I don't need to go any further. I'm not informed enough to do so.
I think that's a really important virtue to have. The virtue to just say, I don't know enough about this topic to speak on it.
I have a friend of a friend who lives in that area. I hear bits and pieces. I don't know enough. I don't know shit. This topic has made me think about how I miss talking. Have a good sleep, Ram!
Yeah.
How much I miss talking to a lot of my European friends. Because it just so happened, like how Pam said when they arrived, it was like 4 AM. I used to have a sleep schedule that aligned with that better, and now I just don't, so I just don't talk to my European friends as much. And that's sad. I miss them. And also our lives just got busy. I started uni, they started doing work and studying themselves.
Yeah, life tends to do that.
Life does
Welcome
tend
back.
to do that.
Did everyone survive the ads?
Okay, well, life less busy. If I didn't need sleep, imagine how much more friends I would have.
But then you don't get to enjoy the Nini bed.
Well, I could enjoy the Nini bed when I wanna enjoy the Nini bed. I could still take like naps and stuff.
I always
I
want to
wanted.
enjoy the Nini bed. See, this is the problem.
Like I enjoy a good nap, but I don't want to sleep.
Yeah, no.
I want to just, if I could take 2-hour naps, like twice a day,
No.
that'd be great. I think that'd do me good.
Where does the movie Lana live again?
There's a movie, Lana?
Honey. I think he's in Osiris Town. Move family, Miss Troughton.
I just live the consequences of my actions.
Yeah, I accidentally deleted a move that I didn't mean to delete.
must have some antidote. There we go, antidote. I have 5 of them. A fungus among us intercepted me heading to an audino and poisoned my Pokemon. Very sus.
That is very sus. We need to vent like the sus imposter.
Gregory, have you seen Among Us?
Have you heard of the hit game Among Us?
One day they'll make an Among Us movie. Just you wait. And we'll all be sitting here like, this game's been dead for 10 years. Why have you done this?
I saw a thing last night that pointed out that Minecraft is technically a retro game now.
Yeah.
And like that.
Minecraft is so old at this point.
Yeah, 2009.
Yeah.
That's too long ago.
I like how you're like, that's too long ago as we're playing Pokemon Black and White.
Pokemon Black and White 2010.
Yeah. See, not that long ago. Just just what, 15 years?
That's disgusting.
It's okay, honey. I know you existed when they built the Notre Dame originally, so.
How dare! I cannot believe this! What did I do to deserve this? Aside from piss off the Balkans.
Also, yes, the Notre Dame was the oldest building that came to my mind when I was forming that sentence. I don't have any clue when it was originally built.
I mean, it could have been worse. You could have said the pyramids.
I could have said the pyramids.
Which were ancient in ancient Egypt, by the way.
Yeah.
Because ancient Egypt wasn't monolith like people like to think it was.
Well, it's like there was an ancient Greece before what we consider ancient Greece. I love Mycenaean Greece. I wish we knew more about it.
Human history is so fascinating like that.
So I do kind of enjoy the fact that we don't know more about Mycenaean Greece, because that's cool and interesting too. But also I wish we knew more about it.
Like, the fact that the pyramids were already ancient by, like, the time of Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Which is like such a cultural touchstone for what ancient Egypt is.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that they were already ancient then is so fascinating.
Yeah. It's like when you get one of those timelines that are, like, just putting different aspects together.
Like, Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPhone than she did to the construction of the Great Pyramid.
Yeah. Or even just, like, there's one that I think, like, Microsoft's founding and the last of the woolly mammoths or something? Might not be that one. That one those might be... But, like, just putting timelines together, because there's so many timelines that exist that we just don't think.
For the first few years of Oxford University's existence, there wasn't a calculus class because it hadn't been invented yet.
Yeah! Those kind of things. I love those kind of things.
It's so interesting to look at, like, because it does sort of make you realize that, like, human history exists on this really fascinating timeline.
Oh, it's just like in the Aboriginal course, it's like they had an infographic that was the amount of Aboriginal history and then the amount of white colonized Australian history, and it's this teeniest bit of sliver because they've only been here for like 200 years.
Yeah. But, like, just the global timelines as well is super fascinating. Like, there's that classic, like, D&D post that's talking about how, like, you can have a cowboy, a samurai,
Yeah.
a pirate, and
Yeah.
all the stuff, and they all fall within basically the same historical period.
Yeah.
But because, like, the home cultures of each of those are so different,
So, yeah, it's just
we
completely
don't
different.
think of them as all being occurring at the same time.
Yeah.
And so it's just this really fascinating.
Well, it's even just like
rich
the difference
tapestry of
people
human
have
history.
in their head about like knights and Vikings, despite the fact that Viking age lasted fucking ages. It's another one of those ages that just like went on forever. And so you
History's
could.
such a vast and fascinating tapestry, and there's so much of it, and not enough time.
Not enough time.
And even then, human history as a whole is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, compared to what the world's been through. And especially compared to the universe's history.
I think we should have another Carboniferous period. Let the bugs grow to astronomically large size.
I don't want to let the bugs grow.
The Carboniferous period is very fascinating.
I think fish should take over the planet again. I think we should all turn into crabs and then live in the ocean for a bit and then let fish come out again.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. The cows that became whales had the right idea.
Because I don't want to become a crab because I don't like the ocean.
This is the problem. So, we should all become crab, but, like, not this generation.
Yeah, the next generation can become crab.
Yeah, give it like 100 years. And then you can become crab.
And become crab. I say as if there won't be people scared of the ocean in the next generation.
That's fine, they're not you.
That's true. I feel like I've been getting a lot of not audinos this session.
Yeah, I've gotten quite a few not audinos. But the grinding is going pretty well.
Yeah, I think all of mine are officially over level 50.
If the party graphic on my screen is correct, yes, they are.
It might not be. I don't know if I fixed it up.
Well, the levels won't have gone down.
That's true. 51, 54, 52, 50, 54, 54. Yeah, we have a bunch that's almost at the level I want. Very exciting.
Rerun my...
And I'm gonna have to figure out what items to put on them all again. You know, I usually don't bother with holdable items when I play Pokemon. I'm starting to think I just don't actually ever play Pokemon. I just... bigger number diplomacy. That's all I do. Swing.
Classic PokeLink moment.
What's PokeLink doing now?
It died again.
Oh.
Server decided to not I noticed because my party wasn't updated properly.
Yeah. Let me know when you've opened it again. I can try to rejoin.
Yeah.
Sleepy time. It's not even sleepy. It's always sleepy.
It's always sleepy time. Why are you telling me server stopped? Don't do that. Why do you do these things to me, Pokélike? Maybe I just need to relaunch, like hard relaunch Pokélike.
Oh, possibly. I'm so zoned out. Hang on, what's happening? There's no audinos, that's why I'm so zoned out.
Okay, we good. PokeLink server should be back up. And my party is all correct. And you are here and your party should be all correct.
Yeah.
But does my party is does correct on your screen.
Hey, we've done it!
It only took us 2 hours. I'm gonna kill this Audino.
I fear I might have murdered all the audinos in this patch of land. Oh, there's one.
I'm gonna kill this Audino, and then I'm gonna go put the slow cooker on.
Yeah. Careful your food stuff.
Actually, I'm gonna kill one more Audino because I'm almost at a level up, and that will bother me. Leaving it on a level up will bother me.
That's fair, that's fair. You gotta get the dopamine hit before you go do more cooking.
That's not an Audino.
How dare.
That was a flying Pikachu.
Not the flying Pikachu. You know, any Pikachu can be a flying Pikachu if you chuck it hard enough.
You're not wrong.
I liked the squeak, it was very funny.
Hmm?
The squeak laugh you had when I said it.
Really? Because it called me off
It
guard.
caught you so off guard, it was...
I'm gonna go to my BRB screen.
Yee. He will level up soon. The main problem with having changed everyone's names into other Pokemons is I just don't know what any of my Pokemon are actually. Like, if they had their own nicknames, I would still remember what the actual Pokemon was, but because I've changed their names to other Pokemon, it's like the memory of what they actually are has just gone. This is just a Celebi. Oh. Ah. Ah. For those who weren't here at the beginning, I tipped the last of my frozen strawberries into the bowl to eat over the course of the stream. But because there was the last of them, it meant a lot of the ice that had been on around came to, and now my bowl was just full of strawberry juice and water. Which makes it a lot more difficult to eat the strawberries. Where are the audino? Rustle, rustle! Rustle, 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 rustle. There we are. We'll repropel that one. Go Celebi! Celebi's not got too many more secrets. Yay! Actually, you must be pretty close to getting that level up, right? Just had the EXP shown actually the whole time. I'm probably gonna move it over to Dusclops. Because Dusclops doesn't actually see a lot of battle at the moment. Dusclops comes out when one of the Russells ends up being a fighting type. Because I'm too scared to put all my rock and ground types up against them. Because most of my team is rock and ground types. Not my fault that that's kind of just what we had left. We did the look fortnight ago when we last got to play this. To be like, is there any other teams we could make? And really no. I am a little bit scared as heading to Elite Four this lineup. Not as type balanced as I usually take. But we will do it. We're either gonna win the game or we're gonna die trying. Now this is another one we can switch. I think we can keep switching to Diglett. Diglett dig, Diglett dig. This is what Diglett looks like. Rock slide. Diglett's pretty close to leveling up too, which will be... That's me. I plan to, unless circumstances mean I can't, I plan to go until everyone's actually of level. Which I'm guessing will probably take another 3 or so hours. Maybe sooner if we're good, we get lucky. Hard to tell though, I don't really know how many levels we've gone up. I think the lowest was at level 48. Maybe. I don't remember, that was at the beginning of the stream. I don't remember. Run. Just a moment, we'll head back to the Poke Center to heal up our Pokies because they're pretty much all out of PP. We used all their PP killing Audinos and non-Audinos. And I don't really remember who has PP left and who doesn't, so I might as well just head back. Unless it doesn't give me any Audino. This is why we have to talk about stuff when we're doing it. Because the gameplay, not interesting. And I wanted to do it so that all of the gameplay was on stream. We're not doing any, I just did some casual grinding offline and we have 1,000,000 diamonds in our back pocket. Well, one of these are gonna get replaced with the box legendary. Wait. To make big discussion on who gets to go home. Oh, Dino! I just want one more. One more, Dino! I'm begging you, please come out the grass. Dino, Dino, Dino. Please come out and take this bit punch to the face. I'm not a singer. I was startled to remember that my mum is trained not as a singer but in like music in general. Because I very much am not, and I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to music. But we were talking, I don't remember what started the conversation, but we were talking about like singing tones. She knew exactly what she was, and I'm sitting here like, I didn't even realize they were different. Like, I obviously knew they were different. Like, things. Yeah. See, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Most qualified. But because I'm monotoned, I don't hear it as easily. Especially not in myself. I just assumed everyone had a unique voice. But no, there are different ranges you can sing in. And people tend to fit in certain ranges. I think she said she was a soprano. I thought that was a movie. I think she said I sung an alto. I don't know what that means either. Kind of felt like getting a peek into like a different life, what life could have been if she didn't go into rioting, if she was able to maintain the music stuff she was doing. It was very interesting. I like the fun hypothetical of what if she had got into music, because obviously like, a lot of the reason why I got into writing was because she's an author and doing a lot of writing, and it was a good way to spend time with each other. Like, that's not the only reason, obviously. I also get a lot of joy from writing stuff. But, like, it makes me wonder, like, would that same thing have happened if she had gotten fully into music? Would I be better at the piano? Maybe. Would I still have as much monotone problems, especially when it comes to music? Maybe. Like, it is something I'm born with, but it is also one of those things that you can get better at with training. Like, if music had been something that was really passionate to me, I could have learned how to handle the whole monotone stuff. Wasn't a passion for me, but what if it was? We may never know. Not until we develop technology that takes us to parallel universes. There are so many parallel universes I would just like to see. I just want to know. Like, I don't want to live in them. I just want to know what happened in them. What things are still recognizably me and what things are different? And is there any recognizably me? Psychologists would have a field day with parallel universes. It would really solve the whole nature nurture debate. Like, pop into the parallel universe where my mum ended up pursuing music instead of writing, or pop into the parallel universe where I get diagnosed. Whoops, that's not the skill I want to use. Get diagnosed as a child or something. You may never know. Do that? That's rude. Pop into the parallel universe where I wasn't on an RP server at like 14 years old and met a bunch of my friends. Oh my god, I actually grew to level 55. I don't want actually to learn explosion. Give up an explosion. Give me your kid. Put that on Dustclops. I'll jump into the parallel universe where I do end up going down, like, farming. That'd be fun. To have a quick look. Come on. Those are some of the questions that, like, we will never have actual answers to. We can speculate. I can speculate on. I love speculating. But we can never know for sure. Up. What's up? Up. Jay's gonna have so much catching up to do. Wasting so much time cooking food to eat. Not me. Grinding. They do prefer. I won't be upset if my Pokemon are higher level than 55. Like I said, I'm so scared for this fight that's coming up. For the Elite Four. I don't think I've ever done an Elite Four fight without losing at least one Pokemon to just a dumb thing I was doing. And this will be the first time I've taken a Nuzlocke all the way to the Elite Four. They usually stop them pretty early on, because I do a lot of dumb things and a lot of my Pokies die and I cry. I have to cry for like another 8 months. I get hopelessly attached to it, to anything that's on my team for even a millisecond. Is a good thing. I think it's a good kind of brand for the me and my channel, but also it makes it very difficult. It's like I'm never gonna play a Fire Emblem game live where they could potentially die, because if any of them died, like, I wouldn't be able to pick up the game again. I already had that problem. I was doing 3 houses with a run like that. Actually, no, I wasn't. It was Fire Emblem Awakening. I had a run like that, and then just a bunch of them died, and I was like, I can't play the game ever again. And then I did pick it up and put it back in classic mode, and still haven't finished it. In my defense, it's a long game. They're all super long games. I get distracted, and I have a lot of other games I want to play. Like, I still need to get into the second Trails of Cold Steel. I was supposed to do that last week, and it just didn't happen. Celebi's level 53! And I'm not gonna promise any streams for next week. I'm on another field trip, heading to Rottnest Island. So I'm trying not to schedule anything for next week, in case I have another flare-up. I will be managing myself as best as I can, but there's only so much I can do. Run. I got excited thinking about Power World again. Those of you who may not be aware, Reborn has a server. And it's been doing Minecraft for years at this point, apparently. I don't know, I haven't been there. But recently, it's just won the other game option. The other game is Power World. So the server's gonna have Power World at the moment, and Fire, Jay, and I were hoping to play it together, and I'm excited for that. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I really enjoyed playing Power World, and I played Power World a bit with Shire when it came out. Played Power World on servers since it's like the Hika fam had a Power World server for a while that I did play on. I don't think I streamed any of it. I don't think I've streamed Power World at all now that I think about it. So it'll be fun, it'll be interesting fun. Be a good time, hope. It's always a good time with them. Tyler and Jay are some of my favourite people in the world. I'm always very grateful that they let me become friends and friends with Jay. They're wonderful people. Neither of them are here to tell me to stop being sappy about them. Teehee. Into the frozen strawberry mess and it made me sad. Oh. Come on, Audino! No! L for that one. I kinda wish I'd cheat that on the weaker repels though. That's not an Audino! Rex. Hello.
I am back.
Welcome back. The first of my Pokemon have reached level 55.
Yippee!
You're gonna have so much catching up to do. So you also have the ability to make yours go zoomy fast. But it'll probably take no time at all for you.
I also have 2 at level 54 already, so...
I have
a 55, 2 54s, 2 50s, and a 53.
I have 153, 152, 151, 2 54s, and 155. I don't understand how you already had a 55. How's effect?
I put the butter chimkin on.
Butter chimkin. I want. I have butter chimkin sauce, but I don't have any chimkin.
This is tragic.
Yeah. This isn't an audino. I don't think the game knows what an audino is.
That's a shame.
Particularly that's suspicious.
I think we just need to occasionally give them time to repopulate.
I don't want to give them time to repopulate. I want them to give me all of their XP. We wouldn't need to go on an Audino genocide if they just gave us all the XP we wanted. Or if they didn't super boost the Audino's XP compared to everything else. I think there should be a section before every Elite Four that's like, these Pokemon have just a bunch of XP for you. That way, if you fucked up somewhere.
We didn't know how good we had it with Audino.
That way, if you fucked up somewhere along the way, you can at least train your Pokemon up to the right level. I guess you don't usually fuck up somewhere along the way though, because your Pokemon's just faint normally.
And yeah, the average player doesn't Nuzlocke.
Same. I guess they don't actually need to do that anymore because of the party EXP shares.
Yeah.
Which make me sad. I don't mind the party XP shares as long as I can turn them on and off. I don't like them when they're forced on me. Like, I think they're great as an accessibility tool. I just don't necessarily always want them on.
It is, like, X and Y are completely different games with the XP share on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I think of, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, or whatever those ones are. And it's like, because they give you a party XP share, but they don't actually adjust how many trainers you encounter, your Pokemon just end up super over-leveled in that game.
Because it is an otherwise faithful remake.
Yeah.
And they haven't adjusted the level curve to account for EXP all.
Yeah. But they don't let you turn the XP off in that one. Maybe I'll finish those games at some point. I got pretty far in. I was just like that whole XP thing, vastly over level, just like made me stop playing because I'm like, there's literally no fun in this game at all.
Yeah, I stopped playing as well. The first Pokemon game I played in a long time that I didn't go through the story end on.
Yeah. Haven't finished Scarlet and Violet either, but that's because I keep getting distracted just running around catching Pokemon. They made it open world and that was a mistake for them. Like, I have the same problem with Legends Arceus because the collectionist in my brain wants me to complete the whole Pokédex. And so I spend ages in each region just catching Pokemon.
I loved Legends Arceus. It's such a fun game.
It's so fun. I'm excited for the sequel, even though I probably won't play it. I'm excited to watch people play the sequel.
It's me, I'm people who will play the sequel.
Are you gonna stream the sequel so I can watch it?
I might.
Like, I'm definitely not gonna be paying the prices to buy it. But I definitely want to see it. There's only one game I'm willing to pay. Tomodachi Life is back, baby!
Now with more gay people!
I was literally talking to my mum a few months before Nintendo Direct came out that the only reason I would buy the Switch 2 is if Tomodachi Life came out on it.
I will buy a Switch 2 for Fire Emblem Three Houses Remastered Edelgard Did Nothing Wrong Edition.
Because, like, they brought back Miitopia, the Switch, and I had a lot of fun with Miitopia. Miitopia is a lot of fun. And I've been sitting here waiting for 5 years for Tomodachi Life, because, like, they brought back Miitopia. Surely they'll bring back Tomodachi Life. And now they're doing it. The Mad Lads are doing it.
They finally listened to you.
They finally listened to me. Random person on the internet. Me and the
You
five
and the-
others.
Yeah, so you and the 5 other Tomodachi Life fans out there.
I'm so excited to play Tomodachi Life now that I have friends again. Because you're all getting put into my Tomodachi Life. Flash. There was another game that was on the Nintendo Direct that I was really excited. Oh, Witchbook! Excited about that one. But I was gonna get that one on Steam anyway, so...
Do you think with Switch 2 they might finally release Genshin?
Maybe. It wasn't in the Nintendo Direct, so we'll never know. Also, congratulations, Silksong fans, I guess.
Yeah, Silksong exists, it turns out.
There was, in fact, news about Silksong.
Crazy. Silksong spotted.
A Fingus and Mingus. I haven't played Hollow Knight, so I don't care, but I know a lot of people do care.
I haven't either, but I remember, I think it was like 2021? When they showed it off in like the ID and Xbox showcase.
Yeah.
And it was like, every game in this showcase will be playable by the end of this year.
Oops.
So, about that.
Do I still have...
Well, the one, thing from the Direct I'm most excited about is legally not Bloodborne 2.
Yeah, I didn't start watching the Game Directs in 2021. I started in 2022. I can tell because I have a list of games I thought were really interesting, and I update the list when I buy games or I look at the games. I'm like, actually, I don't actually care about this.
I've been religiously watching E3 since 2013.
Yeah.
2015's E3 was a good time. Hashtag have a wank started trending worldwide. I was part of the community that made that happen.
Heck yeah.
It was during the, it was the first PC Gamer show.
Oh yeah.
And I don't remember the exact details.
Yeah.
But it was a very boring show because they hadn't figured out how to do the show how to like present it yet.
Yeah.
And so on the watch along, we were just kind of dicking around. And hashtag have a wank round up trending worldwide.
Heck yeah. My favorite of the shows is the Wholesome Direct. So I do like there's a disability one that I really like. That's creators talk about all the accessibility features they have. I really like that one. Me, the disability advocate, liking the disability gaming show? Couldn't be.
No. Why would you do that? That would be insane.
I also like, because I also put the dates they promised the game will come out on this, and there's definitely some that I'm like, huh, that one still isn't out. Rest in peace, welcome to Navalis. You might never come out as far as I've understood.
Shout out to that one Twitter account that has been tracking all the things that have happened before Yandere Sim comes out.
Isn't that game also abandonware at this point?
I don't know. I admit, I only know the Twitter account. I don't know the actual dev cycle of Yandere Simulator.
I know the dev's been slammed hard for rightful reasons, but I assume the game was dead because of it.
Who even knows anymore?
We may never know. I bought that one, Tiny Bookshop. I didn't realize I saw that in there.
Audino! Yay!
Well, Fields of Mystery is on here. I still haven't bought that one. I will at some point.
One of my friends has been playing that.
It's supposed to be really good.
It looks really cute.
Yeah. It's like, I'll get to it at some point. I've just not been in the mood for a lot of farming sims at the moment. The thing is called cozy games. It's not called farming games only.
But don't you understand? Farming is the coziest profession.
Stardew Valley is good not because it's a farming sim.
Stardew Valley is good because it killed Harvest Moon and wore its skin.
That's true.
Also because it has a mean lesbian in it.
No, it's like Stardew Valley's good not because of the farming sim, but because it lets you do a bunch of stuff.
Oh no, ad incoming.
Farming's just
Everyone
one
watch
of them.
out.
And farming's really a very small part of it. It also has a mean lesbian and only distant waffle man.
Your two favorite subgenres.
I know. I've actually never dated Haley. She's too mean for me.
She's too mean for
She's
you.
too mean for me.
That's just her love language.
It is. And I respect it. She also... I know part of it's because I just haven't done her romance, so I don't know how she changes. But she also feels like she would rather be anywhere but my farm. So I don't want to bring her back to my farm. And like again, I'm sure she changes because all of the bachelors and bachelorettes in that game have growth to them.
Yeah, yeah.
But the idea of her like doing any of the farm work that the spouses can sometimes do, it feels weird in my head. She wouldn't repair my fences is all I'm saying. That's close to 52. I have some of the Harvest Moon games. And Rune Factory, I think I have Rune Factory 5. Which is a lot of fun. Admittedly, I don't play the Switch very much anymore.
Imagine playing your sweat.
It's just a statement piece of this is a thing I could stream on, but I never will.
I do find it fascinating how my Switch evolved from a Pokemon machine into a Fire Emblem machine. They suckered me in with gay women.
That they do that.
And then they made them war criminals.
That is just the Fire Emblem experience.
Three Houses is good. People should play it.
Three Houses is very good. I think it's the best of the two Fire Emblem games I played. Awakenings is also very good. I just never finished it.
Welcome back. Did everyone
All the
survive
Fire
the
Emblems
ads?
I've played, it's definitely in the top 2.
The Awakening story drags a little bit in mid-game. I'm not sorry.
I haven't played Awakening, so...
Its story drags in the mid-game. But it is pretty good. And the characters in it are pretty nice. Maz's played a lot of the Fire Emblem games. Really liked them.
Yeah, that scans.
I don't know if he finished...
Sounds meaner than I intended it to be.
I don't know if he finished Fates recently. There was one he was playing recently, and I don't remember. He went and bought a bunch of them. A bunch of the older ones.
Oh, yeah. You know, that kind of sounded meaner than I intended it.
Yeah.
But, no, they are very good games.
Meanwhile, I'm still busy trying to find every tactics spin-off to a non-tactics RPG. I will play Pokemon Conquest on stream, don't worry. I don't know whether it's going to be before or after I play Persona Strikers on stream.
Strikers is the, Dynasty Warriors type.
Oh shit, what's the tactics one? They do have a tactics one. Tactica. I know they had one.
Strikers is a lot of fun.
And somewhere in between that will probably fit the Final Fantasy 6 games.
Okay.
Grimoires of the Rift, one of my favorite games.
And somewhere in there, you'll also find time to play Trails.
Yeah, somewhere.
Maybe.
Hey, maybe we even return to Persona 5 at some point. I was supposed to do Trails last week, or the week before last week? No, last week. And it just... Last week was not the week for streaming for me. Like, anytime I tried, something went wrong, or I had a bunch of other things scheduled on that day, and I'm just like, alright.
Life just said nope.
Life just said nope. Get last minute booked for Oz Comic Con. Had a good Comic Con though. It did very well.
You got months.
Oh, so much money. So many books. Someone actually messaged Mom afterwards to let her know she started reading the book and really enjoying it. That was cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
Most authors love when you do that because, like, the thing about being an author is so many of them get into it wanting to share stories with people.
Yeah.
But, like, you usually don't hear about the people your stories are told to. You just, they just kind of, you assume they
That's why
exist.
the AO3 comment section is the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, definitely, like, hearing that people, it goes for any creative endeavor.
That's true. Yeah, but there's things like, if you're in the music career, you can go to a concert, you, like, can host a concert and people go to those. And that's a really direct way to see it. And, like, movies, you can see a lot of, like, theatre screen and stuff for movies.
Yeah. Literature is a bit...
Yeah.
Because it's kind of more of an impersonal
Yeah.
medium.
Yeah. And, like, there are things like, there are author talks and there are, like, launch events and stuff that authors can do that kind of get there.
Yeah.
But even those things don't necessarily exist with the person having read the book. Like, a screening event where actors, those people watch the movie and then either before or afterwards interact with the actors and stuff. You go to a launch event for a book and they might have read your other books. Usually they have. They definitely haven't read the new one coming out. Because books take a while to read.
Books take a while to read unless you're an early teenager with no friends.
It's so true.
And devour 600-page books in a day.
In a day, yeah. One day I will read again.
I don't have trauma, what do you mean? I miss pleasure reading.
It's a real shame that I use reading and writing as a coping mechanism for the disassociation I was going through in the world. And now that I'm no longer actively dissociating from the world, I don't read and write as much.
Legitimately, doing an English degree kind of killed reading for me.
Yeah.
As much as I love the degree, and I do really want to finish it.
Like, I know one of the things we talk about how if you want to do, especially genre writing, don't go for a writing degree. Because what a writing degree will teach you is super useful in the world of, like, literally getting awards and stuff. But it's not so good at being able to write genre.
I think... Yeah. Like, the lit crit side of English is really fun, and is probably second only to writing itself in terms of my passions in the field.
Yeah.
I really like doing lit crit.
Yeah. Keep having plans to get back into writing. And uni hits me with another big academic paper, I'm like, oh. fuck?
plan, and then the plans didn't plan.
Where overlays go?
Oh no. And then Nano's shutting down.
Rest in peace, Nano. That doesn't surprise me.
It doesn't surprise me either, but still, Sag.
Yeah. We're still doing writing events around the time here in Western Australia, though.
Oh yeah, like, I feel like the people who are dedicated enough to be doing it every year are going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Like, just because the non-profit is shut down doesn't mean the...
Well, and like, the writing communities that built up because of it are still gonna keep going. But it is definitely gonna make it harder for, especially the people whose community was only online, or only in that event. That's gonna be really...
You're gonna have to rewrite Sasspot too with the nano site shutting down.
Like, I know, here in Western Australia, there's already been talks about how to get some of the functionality that NaNoWriMo was doing onto our own private website. But that takes people who know the skills and have the time to do it. Which is the whole point of the whole Nano site. We're not going to be able to be giving out Scrivener codes for every winner. As much as we have 500 writers, like, that's still very small compared to the numbers that Nano was bringing in worldwide.
Yeah.
500 is still very big.
Yeah,
that's huge, huge community. To be fair, it's been fostered over what? 12 years? 13 years? Starting in 2012.
Really been that long? Because that was the first year I did Nano.
I was 12 in 2012. I wasn't allowed to do Nano because Nano was a 13 plus site.
That's tough. I was 16.
I wrote 30,000 words in 2012. I killed my first character, and I burst into tears in a room of like 10 other people.
I'm genuinely surprised you didn't take the chance to call me a Cradle Snatcher again.
I did it in my head, but I didn't.
Of course you did.
I didn't think it was a good, funny time to do it. It is good and funny that you called it out, though. It was too easy. It was too easy of a call out.
Beaky Grass.
And in 2013, I wrote 40,000 words. And then, in 2014, I reached the 50,000. And I reached the 50,000 every year except for last year because I didn't participate last year.
Yeah, last year was the first time I didn't hit 50,000.
I just didn't participate at all last year, and I feel really sad about it.
I made a cursory attempt, and then like a few days I'm like, no, I don't have it.
Yeah. It's like, it was, as much as this is my final year, because I've got 2 more units to do, that was kind of the final year of uni in terms of like pressure and stuff, because I was doing all of the high level units, having all of those assignments come out at the same time. And I'm looking at the assignment lineup, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just not gonna be able to write creatively in amongst all these exams and assignments. You want to try to do the writing season this year, though.
I'm still calling it now.
You're still calling it better.
Because the non-profit sprung up from the event, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
Because originally it was like a local writing community thing in some part of the States.
Yeah, in America.
And
17 participants, 7 winners, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know the tour very well. We give it a start of every October. It doesn't surprise me that they're shutting down amidst all the controversies, meaning there's less donations, and the fact that half those donations were getting put onto a different website anyway. Like, they were using the donations from Nano to host other things that were kind of Nano related, but not really. Which is frankly not a good way to run.
Yeah.
When I get back to writing, I've got to do a lot of work to fix up all of the problems in the book I was writing. I'm close to the end of it, but I'm sitting here like, this emotional moment isn't actually hitting because I haven't put the work in at any point earlier in the book. There's one scene that earns the emotional weight of this moment, and that's not enough to make this an emotional moment. But the idea of going back to earlier scenes to try to fix it, it's...
Mm-hmm. So the thing you see here is the one scene I've thought of in my head. Like, that is it. That is the writing experience. Having to make the rest of the story around it.
Yeah. One of my books, I have 2 scenes. The very beginning of it, and then the 2 main characters kissing at, like, the end point of it.
Oh my
There's
God,
apparently...
whole scenes.
I know. There's apparently a story between that. Because they start off as it's an enemy's lover's story.
Ah, yes.
So there has to be a story in there because they can't be literally trying to kill each other, page 1, to passionately making out, page 2.
Yes, they can. We call that toxic Yuri.
There's gotta be more dragons in the story, though. This is supposed to be dragon lesbians.
It's toxic dragon Yuri.
Toxic dragon lesbian Yuri. Wait, lesbian Yuri?
Lesbian Yuri. From the studio that brought you gay yaoi.
That's not the book I'm working on, though. That one has to wait.
God damn it, Flyborg, just punch the rat!
That one has to wait for the trilogy I'm working on to be finished.
Go back to the infinite hubris I had when I was younger, where I meta-plotted a 12-book series.
My mom, she has a standalone now, but it was originally part of a 12-book series, and this is book 5 of that series.
Yeah, I had a grand idea at the age of 17.
I usually write standalones.
The world crushed me
over
the following 11 years.
Yeah. I usually write standalones because my favorite thing is to take a singular concept and do that just super well. Some weird writing thing.
Yeah, like the core idea was like this. It was a 12-book series divided into 4 trilogies.
Yeah.
With each of the first 3 focusing, the So the first 3 trilogies would focus on a different cast,
Yeah,
and then the final trilogy would bring it all together.
that does sound very cool.
It was a fun idea. Unfortunately, I had not the talent nor capacity to realize it.
Yeah. No, I definitely
I
get that.
might come back to it someday.
It's like one of the writing things I was doing was it was originally done as 10,000 word kind of short story things written in second person. And I'm definitely going to come back to it, especially now that I better understand words. Because it originally was just, and like, it was a writing challenge because people kept telling me I couldn't, like, you can't write stories in second person that aren't, like, choose your own adventure and stuff. And I'm like, bullshit, watch me. And then I did, and it's terrible and it sucks. But I could do it better now. It's actually I realize now that it's actually a story about depersonalization and the horrors of the military. So I can do it better now. And the fact that it's written in second person is part of the theme. The idea of it is that, like, it doesn't matter who you as an individual are. It's part of the military. You are just this. Like, you're just the machine.
You're a cog in the machine.
But I couldn't write that back in 2020. No, 2016 actually. That was a 2016 project. Jesus Christ, that was so long ago. 2016. The year...
2016 being so long ago fills me with a feeling of immense dread.
The year where the part of the book is about the background of the book is how is nuclear war and America accidentally bombing Europe as they try to send missiles over to North Korea, and then Trump gets elected, and I'm like, ah. I am glad that we haven't gone to nuke. I know it sits over the head of everyone, but I'm glad it hasn't.
Mutually assured destruction principle for that.
Yeah, I do. Like, I know the threat will basically forever be looming over our heads at this point. But it can stay looming as long as it doesn't happen. I mean, I prefer it not to loom. I don't want to have more wars, man. I wish all the wars would stop. Controversial opinion, I wish we would stop having wars.
Controversial opinion, stop killing each other, you dick.
Controversial opinion, there is no human matter that is ever big enough to actually need us to go to war.
I don't know. People are sometimes wrong on the internet.
Then just murder that singular people. I'm all for assassinations.
That's great. Honey, you can't just say that.
It's not true, which is why I can say it, because I'm very much not. But... no, for me the biggest problem with wars is all the collateral. Like, there's no way to ethically have a war that only harms the people you want to harm. That's just not the nature of war.
War is cold, unfeeling.
It's like I also don't believe there's actually an assassination that can only harm the person you want to harm. Because, like, just harming one person will have effects on everyone around them.
Everything has a flaw. The thing is...
But at least it's not glorifying the hurting of every single other person that exists in that area.
We just have to live with the decisions we made and the consequences of those decisions.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any right answer to the question of life.
There is, I know it.
Of course you do. If anyone did, I would believe that you would be the one.
I know the right answer to life because I have spent my whole life questioning it as an autistic person who has never felt like life has made sense.
I have not seen an audino in 3 to 5 business days.
How long do they take to repopulate? Because it might be 3 to 5 business days.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I love it when you try to run from a wild Pokemon and you can't escape it and then it uses Roar. Like, no, I'm telling you to leave!
You can't quit, I'm firing you!
You can't fire me, I quit!
I found an Audino!
So did I! They finished repopulating! Be sad for me.
Hi, Spring! I didn't realize you were still here.
Hey, Swing!
You can't quit fire me, I can't.
Would you like to try again, honey?
No, that's what I wanted to say.
You can't quit fire! I'm you!
Spring is always here. That's true. Sometimes when I'm sleeping, I'll open my eyes and it'll just be Spring watching over me.
Spring isn't at walls.
And then Spring gives me a little pat on the head and kisses my forehead and tucks me in again.
No one will ever believe you. This thing disappearing into the night. Hey, Snobby leveled up.
You know, I love being able to just say shit. I could just put words together.
It turns out you're allowed to put they just let you put words in any order you want.
What do you want? Just make up shit. You can even just make up new words. What are they gonna tell you? It's not a real word? Yeah it is. I just made it up.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I said it, so it's a real word. Like, are you not listening? I literally just said it.
That's what Roald Dahl does, and everyone thinks he's a brilliant wordsmith.
I mean,
Of course he's a brilliant wordsmith. He made up half the words he used.
William Shakespeare did it a lot, and they call him the greatest playwright of all time. William Shakespeare typoed and created a whole new name because of a typo.
It's like you can make anything.
Is the result of a typo.
Ah. It's like you can make anything rhyme if you make up words hard enough.
Because the at the time the name Inogen was quite common,
Oh yeah.
and the predominating theory is that the two ends were just really tightly squeezed together.
Yeah.
and wound up getting read as an M.
Honey, how do you feel about the theory that Shakespeare couldn't have been real because it's someone who wrote those plays couldn't be poor? That's the same reaction I had when I heard that theory on TikTok. Just...
They do understand that Shakespeare was lowbrow in his own time.
No, they
Right?
don't. No, they don't. That's generally the thing. Like, it's so clear to me the person who had that opinion does not know any of the history of Shakespeare. Just knows the fact that we consider him, like, a highbrow classic. Oh my god, it gets so much worse. It gets so much worse. Because they also claim...
Shakespeare's dick jokes!
They also claim that he couldn't have written the plays he wrote because he wasn't well traveled. As if the places he's talking about, either the ones that exist, are grossly mischaracterized. Because he's never been there. Oh.
I don't know how to tell you this, TikTok. But, you can in fact write about places you've never been.
And, actually the other one, oh my god, this TikTok made me insane for like a good week. The other thing they were talking about was how, his house didn't have any books. How could he then write? Actually, it wasn't even, his will didn't give any books. His will didn't give any books. Which is, like, A, you can write even without having been read, but B, why would you put books in your will? A lot of the times, they are either things forgotten about in the will, or they're handed off in, like, the rest of my properties, or you've given them away before you've died. This TikTok stuck in my head for a week because the controversies.
Speaking of books in a will, my all-time favorite will is a single sentence. I can't remember whose it was off the top of my head, but the will was my chest of books divided among my friends.
It's like there are some Shakespeare conspiracies that I'm okay with, like the idea that it was ghost written by a bunch of people. I don't like it, but I can understand why it happens. But the idea, there's an idea that pretty much every of Shakespeare's plays wasn't written by him, the man. It was written by a bunch of other people. And no duh, that's how working collaboratively with a theatre troupe works. But the people who straight up believe Shakespeare just didn't exist blows my mind.
There are Shakespeare truthers?
Shakespeare troopers.
Man, and I thought the moon truthers were bad. The moon is a liberal myth. By the way, it's not real.
Yeah, it's not real.
I've never been there.
I've never been there. And if it is real, that's where they would keep the cheese vault. But they don't. The cheese vault's in a random cave in America, so clearly...
Maybe the moon is in the random cave.
Maybe the moon is in the random cave in
Maybe
America.
that's where they filmed the moon landing. Okay, like, memory about the moon not existing aside, my favorite moon landing based conspiracy theory is that it was staged. It was directed by Stanley Kubrick, but he insisted they film on location.
Yeah.
Because that is the most Kubrick thing ever. Kubrick would be insane enough to insist if he was going to direct a moon landing that they film on location. This is the man who did 127 takes of the same shot.
Yeah. I love any theory that's like, yeah, this thing is totally real. They were just decades ahead of the technological gain. So it's like the moon landing theories, that's all fake, and like, yeah, they've hidden from us technology breaking CGI effects, and the best thing they can think of is to use it for the moon landing and not literally any of the other propaganda they were going for at the time. Or the KFC chicken fairy, where somehow KFC's managed to keep and hide decades worth of cloning technology from everyone to make mutant chickens. And the only issue the government had with that is that they called their product chicken still.
What's the one of my favorite YouTube channels is Mini Minute Man.
Yeah.
He's an archaeologist. And one of his big things is like debunking pseudo-archaeology.
Yeah.
And one of his favorite quips is, you don't have to make up a fake shadow government to get mad at, you can just get mad at the actual government.
It's true.
Or like, the 9/11 conspiracy discussion came up on my Twitter feed yesterday. Which is always a fun.
Yeah.
As we all know, you cannot melt steel beams. But
Of course, as we all know.
You don't need to melt a steel beam when you crash a 747 into it.
No!
But like, I love the idea, like the conspiracy theory, like it was a controlled detonation, and they needed the planes to be a smokescreen to justify the war in Iraq. Now, I do think there may potentially be substance to the theory that 9/11 was an inside job to justify a war in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that is outside of the realms of possibility. But, like, if you have to, like, blow up the building, you can just say that terrorists blew up the building.
Yeah, it's like you don't need to
Like,
have
you
the
don't
plane
need
do it. You can
plane.
literally, they've done that before. They've just had random explosions go off and said, hey, the terrorists did that.
Like, it's, fucking what? Occam's razor.
Yeah.
The simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
Yeah.
Some, like, Al-Qaeda, who were trained and initially armed by the CIA, hijacked a couple of planes and crashed them into the World Trade Center. Like, I think if you deny that historical fact, I don't know what to say to you. The interesting bit, and where I think where more conspiracies need to focus on, is the motivation.
Yeah.
Because, like, was it a random terrorist attack? Was it an inside job from the Bush government to justify a war in the Middle East? Because they didn't invade, the place where Al-Qaeda was, like, actually from.
I do think that's the biggest problem with conspiracy theories, is that a lot of them don't consider the motivation.
Please, save the game, Kaylee.
I can do that. I can save the game. Save.
We saved the James singular?
Save the James singular. It's like so many conspiracy theories just don't have a solid motivation of why they would A, do it, and B, hide it.
Yeah. Because I see like all of this, and it's just like, all right, what do we actually stand to, like, what do they stand to gain materially from hiding them?
Yeah.
Because it's normally just like, they just don't want, like, they don't want, you know, I'm like, why? Like, what materially changes if I know that, you know?
It's like, for me, the biggest thing about, like, faking the moon landing is if they had faked the moon landing, the moon landing is good for America for two reasons. One, it shows the American public what they can do, and B, it was a threat against Russia about what Americans can do. If they faked it, it's a bad threat.
Because it was a fuck you to the Soviets. Like, the space race was real.
Yeah, but space race is real. If they faked it, Russia would tell us. Like, there's no reason
like,
Russia would not tell us.
They left the US flag on the moon. Russia has, if it was fake, Russia has literally nothing to lose and everything to gain by going, hey, we went to the moon and there was no flag there, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Also, so many people will be like, if the moon landing was real, why haven't we been back? Ignoring the fact that we have.
We have. We've
There
been
have
back
been
many
multiple
times.
manned voyages to the moon. The reason we haven't done it in a long time is because we've been there and done that.
And there's not really anything up there.
Like, okay, cool. We have proven we can do it. We can put man on the moon. We have. It's just rocks.
It's just rocks. Not even any cheese up there.
Like, we will not see a human step foot on an extraterrestrial terrain until we make it to Mars.
Yeah.
Like, there is no point in going back to the moon because it's something that we have already done multiple times, so there's no point in wasting resources doing it again.
But also consider there's a bunch of people I think should be put onto the moon kind of permanently.
Elon Musk.
I wasn't gonna name any names.
I mean, he'll be on the first trip to Mars.
No, he won't. He won't go to Mars until there's a 100% chance that he's not gonna die on the trip. He will not be on the first trip to Mars.
I think he will because I think he'd want the ego boost of being the first person to set foot on Mars.
He's not even the first person to be in a self-driving Tesla.
He's not even the first person who played on his Path of Exile account. Do you see that he recently streamed it and died to the first boss for 30 minutes straight?
I had seen the news about that he was still in the tutorial.
So fucking funny. Especially after it came out last week that he was hard stuck bronze in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Like, there is nothing wrong with being a hard stuck bronze, friends.
It's like, well, so many streamers build their brand on being bad at video games.
Like, as long as you're having fun, your rank is irrelevant. But, like, the reason that we clown on Elon for it is because he has self-styled himself as an elite gamer. Like, he went on the Joe Rogan podcast and talked about how he was, like, top 20 Diablo player in the world.
He was...
And then
he paid Grimes to say everyone that he was good at video games.
Yeah. And then, you know, he fucking paid to get his Path of Exile account boosted.
Is that you can't buy game computers? It's true. That runs 2 for a week.
Like,
that's the thing that gets me with buying for any kind of boosted account. Like, sure, you can buy it boosted, but if you can't play at that level, it's not going to stay boosted for very long.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, we look at, like, people who are, like, who get boosted in games like Overwatch. It's like, yeah, okay. You will, once you stop playing with the person who's boosting you, you're gonna start dropping.
Yeah. And that's gonna be so much harder for you to climb back up. I also can't imagine it being fun playing at those levels if you're not actually at those levels. Like, anytime I play Gold in Rivals, I'm miserable because there's a skill gap between us, and I haven't learned to fill it yet. And that's the difference between Silver and Gold in a game that's very unbalanced.
Yeah. The thing is, a lot of the kind of people who pay for boosting are the kind of people who overestimate their own skill.
That's true.
And they think that it's not their fault that they're not climbing.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's the same mindset behind people who have aimbot.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, they are people who think I would be able to climb if only I had better aim.
Instead of learning how to aim, get a thing.
Yeah.
A flag to be so because I didn't know my phone was a master
In actual fact, a lot of the time, these people who think they're only problem with their aim also don't have particularly strong game sense.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing. It's like, you can make it pretty decently far with shit aim, but really good game sense.
Yeah. Because, a lot of these, especially in a game like Overwatch, which I recently heard someone describe it as MOBA first, shooter second.
Yeah.
And, because it kind of is. First and foremost, it's about your ability usage and your positioning, and whereas a traditional team deathmatch shooter is much more about mechanical skills.
Yeah.
A big thing like this. I've been watching a lot of Flatz's content where he spectates cheaters and bronze players.
Yeah.
And a big thing that he points out a lot is you can tell what other shooters people have come from. Valorant players tend to not move while shooting.
Yeah. I have a mechanical game, so I watched it. Yeah. Well, it's I know, a lot of COD players are so bad when they switch to games like that because their only focus is on shooting. They don't have any idea what abilities do because that's just not a thing in COD gaming.
Yeah. Siege players, you'll see, will peek corner, will clear corners.
Yeah.
These little quirks that you don't know you do them.
Yeah.
Because they become second nature. But become super noticeable to someone someone watching from the outside. Because it's not a thing that is done in that game.
Yeah.
You don't clear corners in Overwatch. You should always be moving.
Some Gunzito, what should I do? Some projectile aim and all. Fair.
Pretty much the only characters who don't need to move too much while shooting is Widow at range, and then that's probably even about it. Widow. Maybe Hans.
I always wonder what kind of quirks I bring into, especially shooters and stuff, because I don't play a lot of them. So it's the kind of quirks I would have picked up playing first-person RPGs. There are definitely there are weird ways you play those kind of games that just don't translate well to online shooters and stuff. But I don't know because I don't know them very well because I'm me. Someone else would need to spectate me.
Yeah. if you ever need proof the Dunning-Kruger effect is real, just like go and look at like gamers. Yeah, like if you literally they are just walking Dunning-Krugers. I am not exempt from this.
None of us are exempt from society. You are not exempt from propaganda.
You are not immune to catgirl propaganda. I have been being subjected to much catgirl propaganda.
I feel like I subject you to quite a bit of it too. Feels like the kind of thing I would send your way. I don't remember what even was the first PvP X probably played. It would have... I mean, it's Minecraft, but it would have been Overwatch. We weren't allowed to play games with guns in the house for a very long time. Until we were old enough to be able to really differentiate reality from fiction.
My first... I really don't know.
Oh, actually, what's the... Turok, I think it might be called. Hold on. Yeah, Turok was probably the first one I played, because that one had a multiplayer deathmatch mode. And me, my brother, and my cousin would play that.
It might have genuinely been Ratchet and Clank multiplayer. Might have been my first multiplayer. Either that or like Tekken.
Guns of June 2005 for me. Played that game for 18. Yeah. We weren't allowed to play video games with guns. For children who can't differentiate reality from fiction at that point. Then when we got older, we were allowed to play whatever the hell we want. Knew the difference between reality and fiction. We were, however, allowed to play games where we could shoot people with bows. That's fine.
Yeah, because using a bow is a life skill. I love archery.
My brother has a bow.
Jealous. I'm not allowed to buy a bow. My family won't let me buy one, which upsets me greatly.
Very rude to let you buy one.
I wish to become Hanzo.
He did a lot of archery. He doesn't do as much anymore. But he did a lot. I still own my wall. I don't think I've ever done archery. I don't have the upper arm strength for it. I also don't have the lower leg strength for it. I just don't. I'm a weakling.
You
Maybe.
are simply just a little babu.
Little babu. I have no strength. I have conditions. Instead of giving me strength, they gave me conditions.
How dare they? Audino moment.
Because I was diagnosed so late.
They won't help you.
Won't help me.
It's fuck you.
Fish Cash grew to level 55. That's 3 of my Pokemons at level 50. Fish Cash wants to learn Flail.
Wants to just flop around like a fish.
Sounds more powerful the less HP this user has.
That sounds like a very scary move to you, run in a Nuzlocke.
I also don't want it over all the other skills I have, so... Forget. Oh no, don't. Shit. Keep on moves. Give up on Flail. Go heal my pokies.
All your pokies is fucked up.
Most of them aren't fucked up, they just don't have any PP left.
Cause all your pokies don't have moves. And if your pokies have no moves, then all your pokies will die. Struggle has 1/4 recoil.
All my pokies die, we're not playing this game anymore.
True. All of you, if the full party wipe happens, the run is over.
If even too many of the pokies die at this point, we're not going to play the game anymore because we don't have enough pokies left. And I'm not spending another two sessions grinding to get those pokies up. Yeah, we already know this is like the final training kind of session.
Yeah.
It's like we're either winning the Elite Four after this or we're dying. There's no in between.
There's like there's like the Elite Four, catch the Dargon, and then we fight your autistic boyfriend.
Yeah. Glad Mars was with us for this whole journey.
N was Mars the whole time.
N was Mars the whole time.
In this episode, the role of Natural Harmonia Gropius will be played by Mars the General. Yeah, friendly reminder that N's full name is Natural Harmonia Gropius.
Yeah, it's the worst. Why they do him dirty like that?
Why is his last name Gropius? Natural Harmonia, like, okay, that makes sense. That fits his
Yeah,
whole.
like if it's just those two, it would be fine.
But it's the Gropius.
The Gropius part, that's the worst.
Gropius, it just makes me think of Atropius that's on trial for. Well, you know.
And Natural Harmonia is like such a great name to give to someone who's like lived in nature, and so doesn't have a name themselves. Like, it very much feels like some scientist found this guy. I was like, I guess we have to give you a name now.
Maybe Chorus did.
You know, I'm sure there's an answer of how he got his name in like a manga or something.
Hey Jay, if a Christian astronaut dies in space, do they still go to heaven or are they out of bounds?
Guess it would depend if God made the rest of the universe and stuff. If God only made Earth, then they have to be out of bounds. But if God made the rest of the universe as well, then
they remain inbound.
They remain inbounds. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have that problem with my faith because the whole universe is part of the whole universe. We were made from Stardust, we will return to Stardust. It just so happens the astronauts getting there faster. That was a dark thing to say. I have 2 more Pokemon to get to level 55. They're both level 54 already, so they're very close. Honey, have you seen all those Christian baby
Oh no, ad incoming.
posts?
Everyone watch
Have
out.
I seen the host?
So, I don't know if you know much about Quora. Quora, for anyone who doesn't know, is kind of like Yahoo. You ask questions, people give answers.
I get Quora questions in my inbox.
There's a section of Quora on the Christianity that's all about just... I think it's supposed to be like litmus test for atheists, but it's just so bizarre because they're like, if a Christian baby was on the train track, would you save that Christian baby? And it's like, what's going on here?
New developments in the trolley problem. I would simply...
If you knew a Christian baby was gonna grow up to become the Pope, would you still save the Christian baby? And you're like, yes, it's still a baby. But like, there seems to be, it feels like the people who ask those questions, I mean, some of them definitely do it satirical now, but it feels like so many of the people who ask those questions, like, think atheists just see the problem being Christian. Yeah, so if I find some, I'll send them your way, because I don't understand. I don't understand what's going in through their minds. Would you adopt the Christian baby if you knew the Christian baby would convert your atheist baby? With 500 Christian babies and 1 atheist baby, who are you gonna save?
I just... It has to be trolling, right?
Here we go, here's a good one. Atheist, imagine you're going skydiving with a Christian baby. Suddenly the baby tells you that he won't open his parachute until you renounce atheism and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. What would you do?
Did everyone
Why
survive
is the
the
baby speaking to me in eloquent sentences?
Why is the Christian baby skydiving?
There is much wrong with this thought experiment. Who was letting a baby skydive on the baby is Stewie Griffin. This must take place in the Family Guy cinematic universe. Because this is the only possible explanation for why a baby is allowed
Atheist,
to go skydiving.
imagine you were teleported with a Christian baby a mile above the ocean, and you only have time to either teach the baby how to dive or prepare to dive yourself. Would you save the baby? And just imagine a Christian baby breaks into your house and walks into your refrigerator and refuses to leave until you renounce atheism and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. What would you do? Oh, here we go. This is the one I was thinking of. Atheist, imagine tied to a train track is a Christian baby, and a train is approaching. However, you will have the option to pull the lever, which will redirect the train to hit a 3-year-old atheist girl playing. Would you pull the lever or not? New developments in the trolley problem.
New developments in trolley problem theory are the correct answer.
Yes, imagine you're in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and your team is down by 1 point, and at the last second, a teammate tries to pass you the ball, but instead he accidentally throws a Christian baby. Would you still throw the Christian baby? Atheist, imagine your friend buys 10 Bibles to burn them together with you, but as soon as he gives you a Bible to burn, a Christian baby sees it and starts crying and begging not to burn it. Who will you listen to? Your friend or the baby?
can't be real! This can't be real!
Atheist, imagine that you and a Christian baby are side by side running away from a panther in a thin alleyway, and your side has a landmine. Would you cut in front of the baby and leave him to the panther, or step on the landmine?
Well, here's the thing, we're running side by side and I step on the landmine, we're both dead. A baby's not gonna survive the explosion of a landmine.
Why do atheists get so defensive and aggressive when seeing a Christian baby question, even though they are perfectly reasonable? Does this prove their insecurities?
Yes, they're completely reasonable. It's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and your teammate, instead of passing you the ball, passes you a Christian baby.
Atheist, imagine you and a Christian baby are skateboarding side by side on a sidewalk away from a rabid dog. You see a rock coming up on your side that will send you flying. Will you swerve in front of the baby and save yourself, or let him live?
Real!
Atheist, imagine you find a time machine and you go back in time to kill Stalin. However, you find him in a room filled with Christian babies. Would you kill him and sacrifice the babies, or would you let Stalin live and kill millions of people?
You go back in time to kill Adolf Hitler, but it turns out he's a Christian baby.
It's just... I know at some point some of these were real. We're definitely at a point now in the memes history where a bunch of them are getting made fake because of it.
I'm sorry, like, you cannot tell me any of those are real.
I'm pretty sure the skydiving one was one of the original ones.
Skydiving baby.
Atheist, imagine you and a Christian baby are driving separate cars to escape an evil truck driver chasing you both. The road suddenly becomes narrow, leaving enough room for a single car. Would you cut off the Christian baby or sacrifice?
Baby driver.
Oh, fair enough.
Atheist, imagine a Christian baby makes you...
That doesn't matter.
Atheist, imagine a Christian baby makes you a sandwich of sleeping pills and laxatives. After you fall asleep, he glues your butthole shut. Then, you wake up, and he won't give you any glue remover until you announce atheism. What would you do? Yeah, so those exist. I don't know what to do with the information that those exist. But you now know those exist, which I feel like is a good use of the information.
Alright.
Honey, you seem confused about something. Is the existence of this Christian baby confusing you?
What an eclectic life this Christian baby leads.
The Christian baby is working so hard, and the Christian baby has the experience that employees want.
Find a Christian baby to fight to the death.
Thanks, Cameron.
Christian baby's living the life employers want people to be living.
A Christian baby feels like they're coming straight up in infomercial. Has this ever happened to you, baby?
Christian baby's working so hard trying to make people renounce atheism. It's funny it's being so that it makes me wonder, like, if it's turned back on Christians, would they generally, like just the person,
baby.
yeah, just the person asking the question, because obviously most Christians aren't insane like this. But like the person who generally asks these kind of questions, like, would they really have left an atheist baby to die in those situations, or would the fact that it's a fucking baby?
Yeah, like, is baby the operative?
No, it's clearly the fact that it's a Christian baby. Like, they've identified that a baby is young and innocent, I guess. You don't want to upset them. But the fact that it's a Christian baby, or that's a baby you might want to upset, but like...
I am...
Also, I don't know how we're supposed to know that it is a Christian baby.
Oh, we'll tell you, trust me.
That's true. It talks quite a lot.
What's the rare candy situation?
Are you tired of grinding? You want to stop?
Except if I have any rare candies I had. Although I am also getting a little bit sleepy.
That's fair, that's fair. I unfortunately had to stop grinding so I could read you all these Christian baby hypotheticals. But it was important. I needed someone else to know what was going on.
You've done me a confuser.
It's a wild world.
You've done me a hickin' confuse. Congratulations.
Thank you. I do live trying to confuse people. It usually doesn't work very well because I'm also a chronic over-explainer, but
That's fine. You just need to get other people to do the confusing thing.
yeah.
Like, and then you're just the one who relays the insanity of the Christian baby.
It's true, it's true. There are some I didn't read out because, it was, like, the things that make the Christian baby ones funny to me is they're still impossible situations, but they're not complete miracles. Like, some of them are literally being like, imagine this Christian baby and there's a miracle associated with it. Would you convert? I'm like, if there's a miracle, maybe.
Lemon juice, you want to go, sir?
Like, there's some that's like, there's a Christian baby and it survives everything, and then you take the cross off it and it stops surviving everything. Would you convert? And I'm like, I mean, if it's doing fucking miracles, maybe. I don't know.
Also, like, what are we defining as everything?
I think the one I had at chest read was like, you try to smash its head in with a hammer, which is also just, ooh.
Hey!
It's that one's a bit crazy. There's a reason that one didn't get read out in my fun voice that I was doing.
Oh, I can't wait for us to get back to Alma.
And play is level 5. Quick guard, I don't want quick guard. It doesn't do damage, I don't care. So it's just Diglett. I've just got one more Pokemon left. Come here, Diglett.
Still have 2.
So close. We can do it. Just a little bit more. Stay strong. Let the Christian baby give you strength.
That's crazy.
You and a neo-pagan baby are skydiving. my god, Diglot's gonna get so much XP now that I'm not EXP sharing with anyone. Staying strong. We're doing it. Did take about as long as I expected it to. In your way, I was like, this is probably gonna take another 2 to 3 hours to finish leveling up all the Pokemon, and it has taken about that long.
Look at that. We know things.
We know things. We can vaguely guess the time passing of things.
That's crazy, especially since time blindness is normally like a thing.
Yeah. I feel like I have a good sense of how long actions I'm doing will take. I just don't have any sense of how long things I'm not actively doing at that moment will take.
That's fair.
It's like if you had asked me before we started the stream, how long is this gonna take? I'd be like, I don't fucking know. 10 years. I wouldn't say that. I'd probably guess.
10 years.
I
Well, that depends. How many Christian babies are gonna spawn instead of audinos?
If a Christian baby spawned instead of an audino and gave you 1,000,000 XP, would you announce your atheism? Good job, Diglett!
54.
Oh, am I officially level 55? Real run? That sounds like a...
I'm gonna rare candy Dr. Gone.
I'd have to get rid of Evil Rock Slide.
To get him to 55. And then it's just...
Honey, should I get rid of Rock Slide for Drill Run?
What other moves do you have?
Shadow Claw, Swords Dance, Earthquake.
Earthquake is better than Drill Run.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because Drill Run doesn't have perfect accuracy, Earthquake does.
That's why I was thinking of getting rid of Rock Slide. And, like, theoretically, if I crit enough with Drill Run, I don't need the flinch Rock Slide has.
Yeah, but Rock Slide gives you that additional type.
Oh, that's true, because it's rock.
Coverage.
Found. Yeah, but half my team has rock moves, so it's fine. I can keep Rock Slide. I forgot Rock Slide was a rock move and not a ground move because they have very similar colors. Right. Leave Audino thing. Let's go heal our Pokies and then I can sort out what items I'm going to give everyone. What order I want to put? Wacky orders. I am to be out by. I had that with Dust Clops out. Not very good. My ponies now have items. There's a shaky glass on you.
Sometimes I think I see a shaky cross, but I actually don't. So I think the opposite happened.
That's fair. Sometimes I'm so zoned out at some. Like, wait, there's stuff happening? Please end stream here now and you can
Well, I only have 2 levels, and since I'm not XP sharing anymore.
yeah, they should happen pretty quick. That's what I noticed with Diglett. Because like Diglett only had the level left, and I'm like, oh, this might take a little while. And then I remembered I wasn't XP sharing. They had the lucky egg, so I am very nervous for the battles ahead. Have prepared as much as we can.
We are the preparedness.
Yes. And the other thing I might do, actually, pick up some items. Not a decent amount of them.
Please, Audino.
I have 4 rare candy. Dino, we summon you. Give Jay the last few levels. Even the Audino that believes in the us. I have I'll be able. Cyborg, that's right. I think it makes sense for us to save at the Poke League. Just beating up random birds now.
The bird is a Christian baby. What would you do if a Christian baby gave you two options: release all your Pokemon or renounce atheism?
Oh no. Why has the Christian baby done this to us?
You've been thinking about that Christian baby phenomenon. Because what is that?
I
Also,
don't
going to
know.
send you some of the stranger Quora questions I come across now.
Oh heck yeah. Quora's a wild place. I used to use it, but you won't find me there because I actually deleted that account. And all of those answers. It's rare that I actually delete something on the internet. But I was like, yeah, these are... Again, I was 13 years old and a prick.
Kaylee going to the Quora question, is it gay to like the movie Top Gun?
I was 16 years old and trying to deny asexuality, like...
Someone was in denial.
Yeah.
Silly Kaylee, you're not a river.
Asexuality doesn't exist, everyone feels like this.
Asexuality doesn't exist. Okay, Joanne, let's get you to bed. I can't believe that Jowling Cowling Rowling has decided to go after the asexuals.
Yeah, she's confirmed that we're part of the LGBTQIA+.
It's just like... she seems to think that asexuality is just people who want to loudly announce to the world that they don't want to have sex. And not like an actual legitimate sexuality.
She doesn't think any of them are legitimate sexualities. That's the point.
Thank you, local mold connoisseur.
And she's only doing it because the Harry Potter remake isn't getting enough views like she thought it would. That's the thing. Like, anytime she posts on Twitter these days, I just know she's doing it because she's desperate to get more attention. So I don't even care about what she said.
Yeah. It's just... It just amused me because she was tweeting about something other than trans people for a change.
Like, before she started tweeting about trans people, it was about gay people, and before that it was about lesbians. Like, she's just got a lot of hate in her heart for things that she does not understand. For lesbians, it was women, so...
Good old Jowling Cowling. Co-author of my favorite book. The Hunger Games.
No! Suzanne Collins is great!
Suzanne Collins is great.
I'm so excited that Hunger Games drama is back. This is sarcasm, by the way. I hate that the Hunger Games drama is back. Because...
What do you mean Hunger Games drama is back?
Well, because she's just released a new book with Haymitch and his game. Which has people talking about Hunger Games in general. And people continue to somehow miss the fucking point. Even though, from what I understand, Suzanne Collins made it even more apparent in this new book. It's like, at this point, she clearly just needs to sit down a bunch of people and open up their eyes and just talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Because she can spell it out in the book and they still somehow miss it. Anyway, I love that Mr. Beast keeps trying to do the Hunger Games despite the hit book. Don't recreate the Hunger Games. Alongside my other favorite book, Don't Invent the Torment Nexus, and hey, wouldn't it be fucked up if we lived in a authoritarian fascist government?
And that's level 55 on Smelby!
Yay!
Yay, we can now go to the Poke League.
To the Poke League! Hang on, I'm about to kill one more, you know.
Yeah.
Poke League time!
I might go stock up on some lemonades really quick.
Yeah.
Let me check my medicine pocket.
Honey, how much do you love that your favorite book, Don't Recreate this Authoritarian Fascist Government, is being recreated?
Yeah, my
Your
favorite
favorite book, Fahrenheit!
We created the fascist government from your favorite book, The Horrors of Fascism.
That is probably. I bought them all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, now
Right, safe game.
right to the Poke League.
Thank you for joining me today. Had a good time. Excited for Poke League.
We will Poke this league. I'm gonna buy like 6 full restores.
Gonna say goodbye to chat. Bye, have good eats.
Bye.
Thank you all for joining me today. It was so quick. I had a lot of fun. This is the end of the grinding stream, so we'll be going straight to new content. Hopefully next Thursday, assuming I'm not dead from the field trip. We are going to go raid Keith, who is playing a raft with some friends. And I find Peace's name on this list. There we are. But before we go, let's get through the end socials. Starting from the top is the YouTube VOD channel. You can rewatch a bunch of our VODs there, including all of our past Pokemon streams. Next we have the merch store where you can find some nice KaylieWitch merch. Which I keep saying it. Hopefully you'll be working on it on Saturday. Hopefully. Discord is the best place to get stream updates and hang out with our community. Twitter and Blue Sky, where I sometimes post but I mostly interact with friends. Mostly Blue Sky, not Twitter anymore. I should probably take Twitter off of it, honestly. TikTok, where I post content every Wednesday and Saturday. Forum is the best way to directly support stream upgrades. Buy nice little gifts for me. And right down here are the raid messages. Top one is for followers and friends. Bottom one is for subs. I should be live tomorrow with Shire doing some more time to morp. If things are going okay on Shire's end. Shire's having bad issues. Because their internet provider is shit. And I do want to try to get Saturday's merch stream out. I'm desperately trying. Things keep happening. In any case, I'll see you all when I next see you. Bye-bye!